Hello there, magic monsters. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I'm doing okay myself, and I'm glad you're here. I wanted to do this live because why the heck not? And I've got all these different applications up. I don't need this one up anymore. Which ones do I not need up anymore? I think I need the rest. Oh, I don't need Capto up anymore. I'm doing Obsidian to take notes. Trying to channel my inner Jason Storey with Obsidian use. I will never get there, but that's okay. I've got Chat GPT up, asking questions that sometimes are right, the answers. I've got Rider up with a code, because that's the thing. And I've got Unity up with with this thing. And look at that. I found a little issue already where when I made it smaller, this grid goes to the next level. So I think what that means is these need to grow together, I suppose. I really don't like the UI system. I'm not good at it is why I don't like it. It's fine, but I'm just not good at it. And this, yeah, it's supposed to stretch, so why isn't it stretching? Huh. Maybe I should make it so it doesn't stretch, so it just stays right there. Okay, there you go. That's, yeah. A reasonable screen is going to be bigger than this for a desktop game for this project, so we can just sit there, and honestly we'll probably, I suppose, make the others not stretch smaller. I want them to be able to stretch bigger, but not smaller, but not that much bigger either. So I suppose what I'd be looking for is to lock them in place so that they all stay in this layout no matter how big it is. How does that work? How does that work? Do I need like a panel for holding all panels? Main panel? I don't know. And I suppose I can get rid of that and make this completely transparent for full transparency. And then just throw all this junk up here. And then if this one stretches, well, that changed something. It didn't do anything. It didn't solve my woes. I don't know. All right, undo, undo, undo. So I don't know. Perhaps one of you fine individuals knows. I don't know. But I made Midjourney and made this temporary background. Oh, and it's a different size now because of whatever, or maybe it's not. And if I turn off all of these, you can see what Midjourney spat out as a potential layout. And I was like, well, that's decent enough. So let me kind of do that. But I made it my own because, you know, that's what one does. Yeah. So now we got these. And I think this is going to be our character creation scene where we got our characters up here. I've been making some Midjourney characters as well. I think I can quickly download some. Let me just get some downloads so we can have something to work with that's not this cute little guy. I'm going to select. Oh, did I not do the right aspect ratio for some of these? Shoot. Oh well. Alright. I'm going to select a slew of these that are in the correct aspect ratio, which I've made recently, with the goal of having some humans, some half-orcs, some elves, and dwarves of various ethnic backgrounds in a nice kind of cartoonish style, sort of. So I'll download these. Usually I would fix these up because getting stuff out of Midjourney, it's not enough. If you're a photographer and you go to Costco to get your film developed and you say, look what picture I made, you can't call yourself a photographer, not a professional photographer, because you didn't even develop it. You didn't do anything. You just said, whatever comes out of this camera, that's what I'm going to use. And so, similar in that regard, I need to do more on these. I would fix these up. I'd retouch them a little bit. I would rescale them. I'd sharpen them because they're not sharp enough. But for the purposes here, we're just going to quickly bucket them into buckets. So we're going to say human, and we'll make a half orc and a dwarf and a elf, an elf, and then these are humans. Most of them should say somewhere in the name. Oh, the name gets cut off. Or maybe these are all... Okay, there's dwarf, dwarf. Got a couple dwarves. Half orc, half orc. Half orc. And dwarf, dwarf. Any more dwarf, dwarfs? Dwarf, dwarf, dwarf. I sound like... There's a Star Trek episode where the people make fun of the Klingons saying what they sound like. I heard, and I don't know how true this is, I heard that the term barbarian was coined by the Latins in Italy, who considered all outsiders to be, we'll call these elves, to be barbarians because they sound like bar, 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 bar to them, which is, you know, it's very probably a derogatory statement for the Latin folks to have done that way back in the day, but that's the story I heard of what they did. All right, so these will be fine for now. We're just gonna, well, I should probably female, female, male, male. Okay, male, oops, female, and copy these into each folder, and there we go. And now we got our two females, and we're going to bring these directly into Unity. But organization helps even at this stage, because later I will replace these, but the organization will stay the same, and an organized project is an easier to work with project. All right, so we got female, 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 whoops, female, 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 blah, 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 and the rest are non-females, mostly males. All right, now we can bring these directly into Unity. Do we have the right folder? I do. Bring those in. We don't need to worry about optimizations and junk like that right now. By the way, don't forget to like and subscribe. All right, and now let's just quickly set these up. We're gonna select all of these folders. That will bring open all the images on the right here, and we can just say sprite and 2D, and it doesn't matter for the rest. All right, and now let us see what these look like inside our masked images here. So we have a masked image. I hate saying it, masked images as well, but c'est la vie. So let's put in a human. I'm just going to choose randomly here. So we'll choose this one, and we will, oh, look at that. That didn't work. Why is the scale off? What's the deal with the scale? Huh. Oh, because that is a square image and this is not. So let's see, this is 3x2, so I'm going to say width is 60 and height is 90. There we go. And then we can scale it down, lock them and scale it down. There we go. All right, so we'll do 5. 60, 90, and 5 for each of these. All right. 60, 90, and 5, 5, 5. All right, so now we need for this one, we will go with a half orc. And for the next one, we will go with a female elf. And the last one will be a female dwarf, I guess, because I clicked on female. There we go. So that's what this will look like there. Oh, I had a background being used. Temp background. No, not temp background. Where was the background? I had a background, but we don't need the temp background anymore. So we can put in the other background image I had, which is a blurred version of the main title screen background. I think I'm going to end up changing that, but for now, this is fine. Let's see. And there we go. So now we're portraits. We got portraits. We're going to have to add other things like names, the selection for other portraits, and also for voices. I think we might add voices, which is always exciting. We'll get those from an AI system as well. And then we're going to do our stats and other stuff. So this is actually a different project. This is a brand new project. The tutorial I'm going to be building will have the scene set up. It's not going to be, well, it's going to have some setup, but only when it comes to the game modules themselves. So making these portraits, putting these up, setting up the whole structure of the scene, that's not going to be included. The demo project you can just get with the game modules and just see, but the connective tissue will be there. And so what we're going to do here is basically start by creating a bunch of the nuts and bolts, the plumbing, and then we will connect it and go from there. So here is going to be our stats. Here's going to be our things like race and class, and down here will be optional things, and so we'll figure those out. So let's start with our selections panel, and this is going to be, we're going to call this race class, and we're just going to create a few buttons here. I think, yeah, we're going to have to do a couple panels. Yeah, we'll do panel. And by the way, if you've got, hello Classic Shades, how are you doing? If you've got ideas, you know, feel free to talk in the chat because, you know, I love ideas. And so we're gonna keep this so we can see it for now. This is going to be our probably our race panel, and we'll do one for class. Race is only going to have 4 options, so probably can be smaller. I don't know how big it's going to need to be. My guess is about there. Class can be this big, and then at the bottom we'll do gender as well. And so we'll make this one down here, and we'll just fill in the space as we need it, or modify as we need it. All right, so let's start with that. These are not lined up properly. And they are not centered. Left 26. That's a little bit better. All right, we'll go with that. So we're going to call this one race, call this one class, and call this one gender. Gender is just going to have 2 options. There's not going to be a title, a header. It's straightforward enough. So we're going to say, we're going to do using the legacy system so that people don't have to worry about importing TextMesh Pro, and I don't have to worry about reminding myself how to use it. So we'll just put both of these here. We'll use this font, and we will call this female, and the other one will be called male, and we'll make this bigger than that, 28 maybe, and we need to make this bigger too. So if we make this half the size of the panel, and then make the other one the other half size of the panel, make them aligned, and then, okay, female and male and male. All right, so 2 buttons there, and I think what we will do is the background's going to be dark. So, whoops, wrong background. This, in fact, that should be all the way up. And this background, the gender background, here we go, is going to be completely dark. It's off, and we don't even need, probably just turn off the image icon entirely. Actually, I should. But it's behind the other, so it wouldn't hit the target. But anyway, so the point is these are not going to be dark. They're going to be light. We'll just go with that for now. We'll just go with white for now. Make it pure white, and we'll have to change the colors in the code because, you know, you want to be able to change the colors whenever you go on the fly. So instead of doing it here, you do it in the code. That way anyone can come and change the colors on everything with a single change rather than a global or a change in lots of other areas. And that's a reminder for me. I'll have to come back and do that. All right, so I only want to copy this. I'm going to copy this, bring this up here, bring it up here, and this is going to be our header. And so we're going to call this class, character class, and we'll make it skinnier, and we'll make it, I don't think this font looks that great bold, but let's see. Where is the bold? It doesn't really matter, but nah, it's not that great bold. So what we'll do is make it a little bit bigger than the rest. Okay, and so we'll call this title, and then we'll make a duplicate and bring it up to race, and bring that up there, and call this character erase. And then title. And then we just need basically these two to be up here. So we'll bring those up there, and also we will make them skinnier. We're going to have 4 races available, so we will just do 2 and 2. And it's not perfect. I could use the grid system, I just don't want to. Or maybe I should, but I don't want to. All right, and then if that is the thing here, then we're going to have human, and we'll have elf, and we'll have half orc, and we'll have a dwarf, and half orc, and elf, and a human. All right, and then for the background, we will make this short. See, okay, we gotta do this other thing first. All of these are gonna be locked to the top, and these are also gonna be locked to their respective tops. I like that because generally I will make things taller and shorter by the bottom, and so it's just a little bit easier. And for classes, we're going to have, what is it, 8 classes, I think 8. I'm going with the same stuff I'm using for Legend of the Stones, so that's why. And all of these need to be put under this. All right, so now we need our classes. There's to be knight and paladin and archer and mage, and maybe it's only 6. Oh yeah, could wait. Oh, barbarian, druid, ranger. What am I missing? Cleric. It is 8. I did not organize these the way that I probably would, but that's okay. All right, making headway. So basically, this is just where the stuff goes. There's no scripts on these or anything. We're gonna add all those, and people are gonna click these. They're buttons. Basically, you just click it, and it's gonna change color when it's selected, and it's gonna select the thing, and all the other things on the screen are gonna change when you select one, because the race and class will help determine your final stats. They will modify stats. The gender will not, but the race and class will. So it's going to be fun. That's where the stat module comes into play, and why it's so exciting that once you set it up, why isn't this loading? There we go. Once you set it up, it kind of just works. All right. Excuse me. I forgot to mute myself. I should have some coffee. Ooh, there's some cold coffee left in this. Oh, well. I've got a thermos of hot coffee that's left over from this morning, and it's going to go to a little bit of the cold coffee, which means that coffee is going to be a little bit cold. So what can you do? It's coffee. And by the way, I know that when I put things down, the microphone arm vibrates. I don't hear it, but you guys do. And I just ordered a new arm that will solve that problem. Coffee. All right, so what's going here is going to be our stats. So there's going to be the main stats. Might, what is it? Might, stamina, personality, wisdom, speed, luck, accuracy. So 7 stats. Plus I am going to display the hit points and magic points. because those are determined. The maximum hit points and magic points are determined by your class, your race, and also some of your stats. So while we play with the system, you'll actually be able to see it doing its thing in the scene, since this is a demo scene after all. So let's go ahead and set these up here. Each one's going to have also buttons for plus and minus. And I would really like a button from Midjourney for this. And so we are going to take a detour to my Midjourney. You can see all my Midjourneys here. These are more of the portraits, but I forgot to do the aspect ratio. I didn't even notice them. And I used fast time for this too. So all those, oh well. We'll do that later. Game modules, party-based RPG. That's my folder for that. Did you know you can have your own Discord server just for you and the Midjourney bot? Just you and the Midjourney bot hanging out, having a grand old time. All right, so we're going to do a, imagine a fantasy RPG UI small square button. And let's just see what we get out. And I'm going to bring this to the side while we start setting things up. It's going to take just a minute to load, and so I'll come back to that in a second. So we know that in this panel, oh, it's already starting. That's good. In this panel on the right here, we need a, I don't think we need a title for this one. The stats will be pretty obvious. So we're going to create a panel, a UI panel, and this is going to be our stat row. We'll just call it stat row for now. And in this, we will make it more manageable size. And you know what? Maybe we will use the grid for this. Stat grid. I don't like the grid system, but it is helpful for organizing basically what's going to be a vertical mess of other panels. All right, so that's the stat grid, and underneath there we're gonna add the grid. So grid layout group, and we're going to go cell. This is the thing. I don't know what this is, but I know it's going to be wider than it is tall. So we'll just do 200 and maybe 70. I don't actually know. We will now create and here a UI panel again. And we will see that, oh wow, yeah, it's not wide enough. And I can't organize it now because the grid is controlling the size. So we have to go over here. Let's give it some padding on the, well, let's just see what it looks like when we stack these. So we'll bring this out to be, we'll make it 550, and yeah, and then 70, well, we'll see how many do we need. Let's just see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then we need hit points and magic points. So that means these need to be less tall. And I kind of want a gap between, you know what we'll do 7. And then the hit points and magic points will not be part of the grid. We'll just delete, where's the delete button? We'll just make this a little shorter. So that this itself comes up to here, and we'll put hit points and magic points side by side, and then that means this can be a little bit taller. It wished it could be a little bit taller. It wished it was a baller. And then we will give it some padding on the left, and that looks like it's close enough to center. So now let's take off this, and we'll look at Midjourney. Have you guys all been using Midjourney yet? I mean, you can buy stuff on the asset store if you don't want to deal with it, which makes a lot of sense to me because it takes time. But it's also kind of fun. This is not what I was looking for. But what we can do, let's try expanding this a little bit. So you're going to UI square buttons icons. And maybe we'll do that. And then since we're in a time crunch, we don't want to spend all stream doing this. We're just going to do it 3 times. And then we'll see what happens from that. All right, we'll keep working on this. And this is going to be a stat panel, stat row. And we'll call this, we'll need a title. So legacy text. We're going to call this stat name. And this is going to be, we'll just say might. Actually, the longest one is stamina, I think. So we will say stamina. We will do vertical, In the middle, we will set the right font. We will set the right color to pure white. And we will set the size to 28. And we will make it taller. And we can actually make it maybe 32, 34, 34, going once, going 36. We'll make it 36. Can we go bigger? 38, 40, 42. Oh my gosh, 48, 44. All right, so we'll make it 44. Put it over here. And we're going to have, let's see, 2 buttons and the final stat. So we're going to call this one stat value. And we will put it over here. And for now, we will say 15.6. Excuse me. My mute button's right here. I just didn't click it. I apologize. I did turn my head, though. Don't forget to like and subscribe, everybody. All right, so back to Midjourney. We got some results here. I'm sure one of these will probably be sufficient. If we're just looking, I'm looking for a button that I can just kind of Photoshop the middle part out and then make it a button. So it's just better than a square, basically. Better than a square. These ones might be okay down here. That one in particular. Oh, this one's even better because I can Photoshop that out pretty easily, and it's gray, so it matches the rest of the color. Oh, I like this look. That border's really cool. But it's really dark down there, and I don't want to Photoshop that right now. These ones as well. Okay, let's go back to this. We will do this one. This is number 4. So we'll upscale that and come back to it. All right. So now we're going to have 2 buttons. So UI button, legacy button, and one's going to be plus, whoops, or minus, and the other's going to be plus, but let's format it properly first, and we're going to just say minus on it, and the color can be whatever, because I think, let's see, the color on the Midjourney one's going to be dark, so it can be light color text, and this is going to be, we'll just make it dark for now to mimic what it's going to look like, and we will make the size to be, say, 50 by 50, and we will put it over here, and we'll make a plus, and we will put this over here. And then both of these can be bigger. I think, let's check. Let's try the other font first, but I think we might stick with the default Arial for this, but let's see. Yeah, because the scaling on this font is, like you can see with the 15.6, why is the 6 up here and the 5 down there? I like this font, but that's the thing that bugs the crap out of me. Let's see what it looks like as just traditional Arial. Yeah, we'll just do that. It's more suitable for this purpose, I think. Yeah, we'll keep 44 font. And so you press minus and the stat goes down. You press plus, the stat goes up. Up to a limit. There's going to be a min and max on this setup, so you can't go cray-cray. And there's going to be a set of bonus points that you have to assign at the beginning that will go there. So we got Midjourney back now. We have this, so we're just going to, again, usually I would upscale this. I would sharpen it. But for today, I'm just going to pull it directly into Photoshop, and we're going to do a speed round. So we're just going to crop this down first, and then we will cut it out. Remember Full House? Do you? Oops. Do you remember Full House? Or are you just lying to me? Cut it out. All right, so we are going to cut it out. Let's start with the object selection tool. Let's select the background. That should be easy enough for the AI in Photoshop to do, because I don't want to click it. Wow, that is not that good. Actually, let's see. It's probably good enough. Good enough for movies. We'll just make that. Oh, yeah. Delete the background. And image, canvas size, make it square. We'll say 175 by, oh God, my gosh, I'm embarrassing myself. 175 by 175. We'll zoom in because we want to get rid of this middle part. So we are going to do a magic thing that Photoshop has called content aware fill. Hey, how come I didn't do it? Ah, there we go. I had to hold some, usually, oh, maybe I cap locked down accidentally. There we go. Content aware fill. That's okay, but I'm going to fix it up with the healing brush a little bit because while it's going to be small, some of these issues might be noticeable and they will annoy me even if they don't annoy you. So I'm just going to quickly use the healing brush to kind of smooth this out a little bit. Again, it's not perfect, but it doesn't have to be. This is called a prototype. There we go. So let's save it. Export, quick export as PNG. We will save it here, and let me find it on my desktop. Let's see, this is the project, this is the thing. So, oh, I didn't save it as a thing. Okay, square button. And I'm going to actually call this small square button. And we'll bring this over here. That brings it into the good old Unity. And then in the good old Unity, we have it here. We'll make it a sprite. Apply. We don't care about the rest. Hey, wait a minute. It looks like it... Okay, maybe it will work once we put it up there. It looks like I lost the transparency. And that would be a crying shame that I would cry about. Bring this up here. Oh, we didn't lose the transparency. All right, bring the color up. Now we've got our buttons. Look at that. That minus is off now. It's obviously off. So we're just going to bring the text part up a little bit to make it match. There you go. Yeah, those look a lot nicer, right? And then really the stat row is going to be dark. We're not going to have a background here. So just bring that all the way down. So that's what it's going to kind of look like. And that kind of works. It's not perfect, but again, we're not going for perfection. We're going for utility and demonstration purposes and prototyping. When you're prototyping, in my opinion, just go fast. All right, so we're going to 4, 5, 6, 7. We got 7 of those. They will have their own name. That's going to be handled by the script. We don't need to do that here. And then down at the bottom, we're going to have our hit points, magic points, and our bonus points. So we're going to do... Yeah, okay, let's see. We're going to do a panel and make it really small. And we're going to make it 1/3-ish the size of this. Let's see. I don't know where 1/3 is, but let's just see. All right, so if that's the right end, that's the left end, and this is the middle. They clearly need to all be skinnier. So what we'll do is... Well, what did I just do? Ugh. I said ugh because I don't like the UI system. Again, we're not trying to be perfect here. If I could use the grid for this, and maybe I should just suck it up and use the grid. Fine. God damn it. All right. Let's use the grid. We'll make this a grid. We will put these under it, and this is going to be result or point info. And we'll make 1/3 of this, and the point info itself is going to be now as long as this, and the size of the things inside will be less tall but much wider, and that looks about right. So we'll keep it there. We should, while we're at it, make sure these are basically stuck to the top, and that this is... Well, I don't know what this is going to do. Stuck to the bottom corner, I suppose. The options panel will be stuck to the top corner, and the player portraits is stuck to the... Yeah, okay, that's what we're doing. And the race... Oh, this is going to be stuck to the top corner. And the options is going to be bottom left corner. Okay, there we go. All right, so our point info, we are going to have no background. So we'll quickly update that. Then we've got these three things here. We'll keep the panels on for now. We're going to call this hit points and magic points and bonus points and S. And then right here we'll do UI legacy text. And again, do the same shiznits all over again. Reinvent the wheel. This time it will be centered in top, and this one's going to be hit points, and we're going to do it slightly different. Keep that small. Oops, maybe not that small. Keep this up to there. We'll see. Maybe we'll make it bigger, and then we're going to duplicate it and call it points and title, and then the points we're just going to say 45, and for this one we'll bring it down lower. And oh yeah, it's there, and we'll make it bigger and bring it up higher. So maybe 44 is too big. Whoa. We'll make this back to Arial for numbers. Okay, 40. All right, that is good. And then we'll just kind of duplicate these. Oh, that doesn't work, so instead I will delete these. And we will duplicate, and we'll call the second one magic points and bonus points and bonus points, magic points. And when you're out of bonus points and everything's selected, the start game button will be there. Probably right here in bright green, or maybe it'll show up somewhere else. We'll see. We'll play that by ear. All right, that should work. Let me close out this window so I can see the chat. Hello. How do you pronounce your name? Debaterman? Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. I didn't know you could see me, but I'll take it. All right, so we got those. Now let's turn the backgrounds off on these. And, whoops, I always push the wrong button there. There we go. And now that I look at it, this whole thing can probably be made to go a little bit further down, right here. That looks a little bit nicer. All right, there we go. And then we're going to have stuff over there. But let's start right now. Actually, let's just finish populating it just so we kind of see what's going to go over here. So over here, depending on your race and depending on your class, you're going to have the option for skills. So you can choose, I don't know, 2 skills that, you know, maybe 3 skills, maybe 4 skills. 4 skills. Let's say you can choose 4 skills from a selection of skills here. So we're definitely going to have to use the grid system. And the skills available are going to be based on the class and race you select. So we're going to need a grid of up here to display the skills available, and then down here just display the skills you've selected. And I think we might be able to use this button for that too. Let me see. Can I 9 slice this? No, it's not straight. All right, well. I thought that I was thinking the ones you select could have a border, so you know they're more obvious, but we'll do it another way. All right, so this is the options panel, and we're going to call this the skills panel then instead, because that's really what it's all about. And we're going to create a panel. Actually, I end up creating 2 panels. And this one, whoops, is going to be the available skills with a Z. Just kidding, not with a Z. And it's going to be a little bit less than the border here, and it's going to be, I want the bottom, so it's going to be 4 across, I think, or maybe 4 down. Or maybe they'll just change color and turn color when you've selected them. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so it doesn't matter. We're going to create a new UI button. Is it a button? Yeah. Ooh, I wonder if all of these should have been buttons. We can add the button to it. We're going to have to do that. But so let's just, yeah, we'll do a text then. And again, do the same junk. I should have just copied a text from the other one, but whatever. Whatever, right? We're all friends here. Are we? Ooh, gosh, now that I ask. Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to. Maybe we're not friends. Yee. All right, we're going to make a grid here. Even though I keep complaining about it, I keep using it, so maybe it's okay. Make this wider, and I should have made a panel instead. Panel, UI panel. Because with a panel, you can actually see the width of things. So we're going to do, we want 4 across. Yeah, and I don't think we're going to have that many skills available. So there's going to be some extra space here. Maybe we'll use it for flavor text. Let's see, because I think I think each race and each class is going to have yeah, maybe we'll get 12 total displaying, and you choose 4. So maximum of 12. And that means that our available skills can go down here. We'll change the color of the text. Whoops, come on. We'll change the color of the text when it is selected. Oh, what just happened? Why did it suddenly change on me? All right, so we're going to make this 270. Okay, 270 by 100. The color of the text will change when you select it. And some of them will be turned off. So we're going to call this skill, and we're going to name this, say, sword. Or what's the longest name we can think of? Weapons master. All right, so this needs to be a little bit smaller. Or we can do the best fit, right? Yeah, we'll do that. Weapons master. I don't know if weapons master is one of them, but that's a long term. So let's do, there we go. So we got a bunch of those. And you know what we could do is make this, give this a little padding just in case something like this happens that doesn't look good. They're too close together in that case. So in our grid spacing, we'll do 10 and 10, and then make this 250 by 80. 90. And then give it some padding on the left. Okay, so that gives a little bit of gap between them. It shouldn't be an issue, but that will solve that if it becomes an issue. Make this background not a thing. Oh, and before I do that, let me just make a new one. Panel, and we'll call this flavor text. Match the width, bring this down and up a little bit, and we'll call this flavor text. And underneath here, UI text, I'm just going to copy this and bring it here, and we're going to call this is flavor text. It's flavorful and full of information a lot of players will not read, so whatever. Okay, ChatGPT wrote it anyways. No, it didn't. All right, and that. And then we will bring this wider. Fill the screen, and we will anchor it down here, and we will anchor this down here, and we will make this a left and maximum of, say, 36. 24. What's our maximum? 24. 24. 36. We'll do 30. Split the difference there. And should it be top like that or middle? I'm going to say middle like that. All right. That's where our flavor text will go. Text, and then we will turn these down so we can't see them anymore. All right, that should be good. We are good to go with the next step. Playground AI, huh? Yep. I still like Midjourney the best. Every once in a while I poke around. Stable Diffusion, every once in a while there's videos and things of people showing good results, but I have not been able to get good results from Stable Diffusion. And I don't know if I'm just doing it wrong, but every time the faces just look like, nope, not even worth my time trying to, separate the wheat from the chaff in that point. Midjourney seems to have pretty good reproducible results once you get the hang of it. All right, next step is to hook it all up. Do you see what I see, though? I think this is off center. I think this needs to be further over. So let me just... Sometimes I have a perfectionist streak in me. These should be prefabs. In a production environment, I would say these should be prefabs, because then you could just change one and then they all get adjusted. In this case, I will do that. In this case, I'll do exactly the best practice that I say. So where are we? Demo, party-based RPG, create. We're going to create a folder called prefabs and another folder called character creation. We'll do it by the scene in this case, and we'll bring this stat row over here. Okay, and then the stat row, well, we'll show the reason why. How about that? So let's collapse all those. We're deleting these stat rows. Delete, 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 delete. And then we're going to duplicate, 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 duplicate. And then we will go to the option here, bring our things here over to the side a little bit more, and save it, and now they all get updated. So that's why doing it as a prefab is helpful. And you can also do it the other way if you want to do it totally in context like this, and you're like, oh, it's still, oops, wrong button. It's still a little bit off. I just want to bring it over here. It's never going to go beyond that width really, so let's just do that, and then you can go to your prefab, apply all, and they all get updated right there. So that's a little bit better. I can make it skinnier later, but let's just see what it looks like first. I think we got, we don't have all the plumbing. We have to get the buttons here working, I suppose. And names. So let's go back to our player portrait. Almost done. Masked image. So this is going to be a masked image. Can I put under here text? Let's find out. Let's take this one, and we will take our title, duplicate it, and we're going to put that under here. And then we're going to call this player name, and this is going to be something you can type in yourself. You can choose. We'll probably have a repository of names. We'll go for ChatGPT for that. 00, width is going to be 200, 220, whatever, and height is 40. That seems fine. We're going to bring this down to here, and we will call this character name. And how wide can we go? Let's just make it wider, just in case somebody decides to put in a long ass name. And we'll do also the best fit. So this is a long ass name of the island of Sandricanasis. All right, that's fine. Nobody's gonna. We can also cap it. So character name, that'll work. You see, I'm going to make a prefab out of this as well. So we're setting up just this one. And up here at the very top, we're going to have character details, and we will put this at the top, and in their character details, we're going to make it taller. I want to basically print out what we are, and this is going to be a half orc barbarian. That's the longest combination of these, so let's start with that. Half orc barbarian. That is fine. And you know what? I think we should switch these around. Character name, and down here we will do character name, character race, class, and this one's going to be half orc barbarian. That seems better. So character name, half orc barbarian for all of them, and then we need a player portrait selector. I want buttons on the side or maybe down here to change the thing. So that means we gotta go back to the future. We need a button with an arrow. Did any of these just have an arrow in them? That one kind of does. No. Let's do... Oops. Imagine... we're going to do triangle buttons, icons with arrow. Let's see how it interprets the word arrow. You, Damjan, enjoy Midjourney. I did not draw those. Midjourney drew them. I provided the prompt, and I've spent way too much time trying to hone my skills at getting what I wanted. I actually spent probably half an hour before I settled on this art style for these portraits. And that's what I did. For a production game, of course, I would get an actual artist to make their own version, but I would still use Midjourney and others as reference titles or references for that. That's a cool button. All right, we need one with an arrow, and I think this would work. If I put this on its side, it should look good both directions. So I'm going to go with that just to get the ball rolling. But yeah, and Damjan, it's not actually a mobile game. This is a demo for the game modules. Game modules is available right now in the Asset Store already. In case you're wondering, you just go to Infinity PBR. Whoops, wrong button. Infinity. I can't type. Infinity. Oh my gosh. Infinity PBR, not Gitbook. InfinityPBR.com. That's our documentation. InfinityPBR.com. And click on See All Assets here to go to the Asset Store where you see all of our assets, which has a lot of really good art that you might like, including low poly stuff and high fidelity stuff, and some AI produced curated bundles of icons that we've made. And once the Asset Store stops being insanely slow, I don't know why it takes this long to do anything on the Asset Store. All right, once we got that, scroll down. Oh, it's not on page 1. Well, that's a shame. Page 2. Modules. You get game modules. So this is available now. I am working on a major update that will be V4. Price will go up. But it has a whole lot of stuff. Stats, skills, blackboards, items, conditions, etc. And this demo scene will be for the V4 update. It's going to basically, instead of the individual demo scenes I've got now, I'm going to replace those with demo games, essentially. So game projects that you can just learn from, and to some degree steal from. And in the process, also, I am making sure that the game modules is as good as it can be. And so I'm dog fooding it, essentially. This should look good flipped. So I'm going to only produce one of these. And what we're going to do is, well, this one might work with the object selection tool. So let's just see. And it's got hard enough edges that we can clean it up. Again, I would have usually run this through another AI system to upscale it that I have, Gigapixel. It's like $100 or something like that, but it works really well at upscaling photos. And this could have been made very sharp, very clean, but for our purposes here, no. A, B, C. I just make it transparent. It's yeah. All right, there we go. And so then we will now file export, quick export as PNG. So we're going to arrow triangle, And we'll go back and bring it into Unity. I like to keep them inside and outside of Unity, but then I like to edit them once they're inside the project because I can instantly see the results. So, I don't know. All right, let's find our images, triangle, and make this a sprite. And then we will bring it in, I think, maybe the bottom corners. Well, let's just see what that looks like. And we're going to put we'll do a panel, since they are going to be side by side. And this panel doesn't need to be that tall. It can be that tall. It doesn't really matter for this. And then we will bring in our button. So, legacy button. This is going to be left arrow, and then we'll make one that's right arrow. We don't need any text for this, so we'll delete that. And we do need to bring our arrow sprite up there and make this a 50 by 50, or maybe an 80 by 80, or maybe a 120 by 120. That's big enough. Maybe it's too big. Let's see. It's probably too big. Okay, we'll do 100 by 100, and we'll, well, that's actually now the right arrow. And the left one's going to be flipped. So the scale, what would be? -1 here. Let's move it over. It was -1 there, the right? No, it was not. Whoops. It was -1. Nope. Oh, 1, 1, -1. Yes, there we go. All right, so we got those two, and if I turn this off, it looks kind of like that, which, I don't know. What do you think? Too big? Probably too big. Let's go to 85, 85, and then bring the left one in a bit. Well, actually, here's what we can do. The left one will sit to the top left, the right one to the top right, and then the panel itself, we can just bring this in that way. Oh, but that scales it. We don't want to do that. So, yeah, so we don't want to scale. We just want to, this doesn't scale, right? Yeah, okay. Just want to bring it in. All right, so now the question is, where do we put it? Do we put it up here? No, put it down here. All right, and so those two are going to go through the portraits available for each. Okay, is that everything we need? Make a masked image. So portrait masked, we'll call it, and then make this a prefab. And this is going to be, yeah, so this is just for the character creation. We'll use a different system once the game starts itself. All right, and then we can make 4 of these, and these can all be deleted. And then, there we go. All right, I think we have most everything we need to do the next step, which is the fun part for me, creating the actual stats and stuff inside the stats and skills system and other things. So we've got our references up here of many of the things we need. I don't remember off the top of my head everything. So this is kind of the process that we'll go through when I make the actual tutorial. So we're going to create a folder and call this stats. And inside our stats are going to go all our stats, but we're going to separate these out. So I'm going to create a folder called main stats, and we're going to make another one called skills. And then we'll do hidden stats. That'll be slightly different. We'll get into what that is. So let's start with the main stats here. Inside main stats, we're going to do create game modules, create stat, and call this might. And if we look at the stats, this is our panel here, all the stuff we can do with the stats. There's a lot to it. We know that might is something that can be modified by other things. So magic spells, conditions, items, all those things can improve your might. You can also improve it over time just by leveling up and assigning points to it. But this is not something that's going to be trained, i.e. you can't become an expert in might the way you might become an expert in some magic spell or something. And man, I am looking at the stream and it is so delayed. How did that happen? Let me just restart my stream. I want to see, is it really that far delayed? Now I have to watch a 5-second ad. At least I get paid a quarter of a penny for it. Is the stream that far delayed? No. Well, no, it's not that far delayed. Okay, good. Phew. I guess it's just me. That's good. All right, so we've got these things. So this is going to be, we're going to start this at 11 points. So it's the base things. The way the stats and skills works, the stats module, the final value of the stat is going to be points plus the base value times the base proficiency plus 1. So 1 plus the base proficiency, where 0 means it will be times 1, so no modification, equals the final stat. And the points is something that generally you can modify, but it's nothing else will change the points. You can create some stats like gold or experience where it just tracks points and it doesn't do anything else. In this case, points are going to be something you can assign, like i.e. here, but also other things can affect it, like your race and your character class might affect it. And those go into the base value. So points are always separate from the value. And then it's multiplied by the proficiency, where some races or classes or some special items might make you more proficient in something, which can increase or decrease the value. In the game, how that has an effect is kind of up to you. For me, for the stats, like the might and stuff, it's just going to make you more might or less might. For other things like your attack or something like your proficiency in a sword, if your proficiency in sword is high, let's say it's a 1.2, and you roll the dice and you get a value, that would generally be your attack. Whatever damage you do, roll the dice, get the damage. If your proficiency is not 0, i.e. not 100% perfectly proficient, you'll actually get 2 rolls, and your proficiency will you'll have a higher chance, a 20% chance, if your proficiency is 120, of getting the higher value. If your proficiency is 0.8, then you'll have a 20% chance, essentially, of getting the lower value, that type of thing, of the two. So you're just going to be more, it's still going to kind of get you in the middle, but you're going to see as you get more proficient or less proficient, the hits you do will be, I tend to do pretty good, or I tend to do pretty bad with this. So it's not a direct multiplier of the final value for my game. It can be for yours. But yeah, so that's that. So we're going to set this out as 11 points by start, and it's not going to be modified by anything. It is going to have a minimum of 0 points and no maximum. And the final stat is going to be a minimum of 0 points as well. We are going to round, and we're going to round to 1 decimal place, and we're going to be nice and round to the ceiling. So we're going to round up. Oh no, we're going to round to 1 decimal place. That's the ceiling would round it to the next whole number. The other thing we can do here is post to the blackboard. So the blackboard is this main blackboard object right here. And that's just a repository of information that every object in the scene could have access to if you script it such. And so I am going to, for the purposes of this project, post that here, and we're going to send a notification out. So the final stat will be posted, and then every time the final stat changes, it's going to repost it and send out a notification. So anything that's listening to it, like these UI items will be listening to it, will say, oh, there's an update, let me see if I should update my stuff. Otherwise, they're going to do nothing. There's not going to be even any update loop in them. So we're going to do that, and now we're going to duplicate this a bunch. We're going to do stamina, and wisdom, and I'm going to spell it right, and we're going to do personality, and we're going to do accuracy, and we're going to do speed, and we're going to do luck. All right, and then each of these is going to need a new UID, as this big red error thing is telling us. UIDs need to be unique to each game module's object type. So since I duplicated the object, they duplicated the UID, and that means, hey, you need to give a new one. And the wisdom should be fine because it has the original. So they're all going to start at 11. They're all going to have the same final stat. They're all going to be the same settings. These are our main stats there. Let's create another stat, and this is going to be our hit points. So again, create stat, and this is going to be hit points, and this is going to be our counter. So in our main stats here, it can't be trained and it can't be modified. We're only going to be using the points setting here. So again, it's going to be a minimum of 0. Or maybe it can go under 0. In the game Might and Magic, which I like to pretend I'm emulating, it can go under 0. So no minimum, no maximum. For the rounding, we'll just round to 1 decimal point, just for shits and giggles. And since we're not using the final stat, we can't be modified for anything. This is a point tracker, so I'm gonna post the points and notify on changes for that. And then we're gonna do another one called magic points with the exact same settings. And again, create a new UID. So now we got our magic points. Now we need our maximum values for each of those. And so this is going to be hit points max, and we're going to make this, it can be modified. Points is going to be 0, base value 0. These are going to be modified by other things. So your hit points are essentially going to be largely determined by your class and race, with the stamina value having an influence as well. We'll set that up in a bit. Those are the things that are going to affect this, but we got to create the stats first. So we are going to post the final stat, because something might care if your maximum hit points change. And we're also going to do the same thing for magic points max. Let's see, I might end up forgetting some stats that we're going to need. We're also going to need, in a hidden stat, so I don't forget, we're going to need a stat called magic points source. So this is going to be an interesting and neat way of, and it can be modified, a neat way of essentially getting to a final value without going directly there. So in this demo project, the stat stamina is going to help determine your final hit points. Magic points will be determined with help of the stats of wisdom and personality, but for the archer and mage, it's going to be wisdom. For the cleric and paladin, it's going to be personality. And for the ranger and druid, it's going to be an average of the two. So we can't easily say, oh, wisdom, you affect magic points, because it doesn't. It depends on the class. And so what we're really going to say is, hey, you affect magic points source, and then we're going to hook up magic points source by the race and class, so the class really. So depending on your class, you're really going to be looking at magic points source. It's going to be some fun math, and it's all built into the stats. You can do that here, and so we're going to go through that process as well. It's fun shiznit. Let's see. So hit points, magic points. We've got all the basic stats here. We do need to get our races and classes, and we can do the skills later, because I think these are going to be the main ones that we have to deal with, and then we can deal with the skills as a separate thing. So now we're going to go to a new folder here, and I'm going to use the items module for this, and we're going to call this items. And in items, we're going to have a few things. So one folder is going to be character race, and the other one's going to be character class. And, you know, when you think of items, you're probably thinking sword, laser gun, rock, coin, something like that. Instead, we're going to create an item module, or an item attribute. And this attribute is going to be our classes, so knight. And we got our settings here, and we can call this knight. We'll just use the name. Did that button not work? It did work. It just didn't seem to update. So we have a knight, and the knight's going to be after the name. So race will be first, name will be second there. If that matters, I don't think this will be utilized actually. And then let's just quickly create the other ones. And we're going to make our paladin, and our archer, and our mage, and our druid, and our cleric, and our barbarian, and our ranger. And that's it. And then we got to do these create new UIDs, since I duplicated rather than creating brand new objects. No big deal there. Okay. And the next thing is the stats. These have to affect stats. So I'm going to cheat a little bit, because I kind of have these already set up in the main project, and I can't remember what the values were. So I'm going to cheat and I'm going to look at them. So we're going to load up the main project, and I'm just going to have it on the other screen and refer back to it as I set up the values. But that should be fine. You'll get the sense of how you might do it. Maybe your project has a spreadsheet already with your various stats and other things. So in this project, we have our demo files, and in our demo files, we got our stats, and we got our main stats. Nope, we got our base stats. I call it base stats here. And so, oh no, we're not looking at that. We're looking at our items. Okay. Well, yeah, we need to make the genders as well. All right. Not that. Race. All right. Oh, we're looking at classes first. All right. It can, and by the way, the use of the items module as in this way to just give a thing that influences stats. You can use item objects or item attributes. It really doesn't matter in this context. They can both be used interchangeably here. I'm using item attributes just because it's attributes of the character. So in my head, it makes more sense. But in this demo scene, I made the character class an item object and the character race an attribute. I don't know why I did that, but I did. All right. So I'm going to pull this over here, and we're going to duplicate this this part in the new project. So this is going to be the archer. We'll start with the archer. Where's my project? Okay. So for our archer, let's start with our archer. We have to, if we look over at our stats, we have the option to affect these stats. Any stats that we have in the project that can be modified will show up in this list. If it's not something that can be modified, it won't. So hit points and magic points and cannot be modified, so they're not in this list. So let's start with stamina, and we'll start with accuracy as well. So these are two stats that will have a proficiency change if you are an archer. So in this case, your stamina is a little bit less and your accuracy will be a little bit more. And that just means, hey, if you have this attribute, that's the math that the system will do for it. There's no other additional things here. So then we're also going to set up the hit points max and magic points max. So we'll add hit points max and magic points max. And in this case, we are going to add a another source from another stat. You're going to have more hit points and magic points based on the level you're at. So let's go ahead and choose level, which we didn't create yet. So let's create that. Create game modules, create stat, and it's going to be level. And we're going to start folks at level 1. The minimum is going to be level 1. And the maximum or the minimum for the final stat is going to be level 1 as well. You can never actually go down to level 1, and nothing can make your level lower than level 1 either. But there is no maximum, and we are going to round. If you have a boost, you're going to be rounded up to the ceiling, so it's always an integer rather than a float, or a float with a zero thing. It can be modified, cannot be trained. All right, so let's go back to our character class archer. So now level will show up in this list, so we'll add that. Nope, not that. We're going to add that as another source from another stat. We're going to add that here, and now we've got these options. Now, we already determined that stamina and accuracy won't be affected, so we're just going to turn those off. But these hit points and magic points will be affected by your level. So I'm going to say 3 and 2. The archer will get more hit points and magic points, but it's not going to be raw. So if it was, then it would basically be, for every level, you'd get 3 hit points. For every level, you get 2 magic points. But we're going to do something slightly different. We're going to modify this based on your stat in a lookup table. So a lookup table is something we'll create that right now. It's something that allows you to take one number and basically get another value out of it. So value 11 might end up being 0. Value of 9 might end up -1. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to create a stat bonus lookup table. So in my party-based RPG, create a new folder. We're going to call this lookup tables. Lookup tables. And in our lookup tables, we're going to create a new lookup table. So game modules create lookup table. And we're going to call this stat bonus. And then we're going to create a whole bunch of things here. We won't show the full inspector. Let me bring up my cheat sheet, though, because I don't remember the exact values here either. There are a bunch of them. We don't need to do them all. But so we're going to do our inputs and outputs. So if we input 0, we're going to get -6. And then if we input 3, we'll get -5. And it will round. So it's going to be less or... So if you've got 4, then you're going to get the level of 3. You're going to get -5 as the output. You need to hit at least 5 to get -4, etc. So 7, -3, and 9, -2, 11, -1, 13, 0, 15, 1, 17, 2. So right now, every 2 stats is 1 point of effect. So, you know, if you boost your stat by 1, secret, it might not have any impact. You've got to boost it by 2. And then as you get stronger, you have to boost it by even more. So now we're going up by 5s just to get 1 point in output gain. And then pretty soon, we're going to be going up by 10s. And then by 25s, and then, oops, not 100. So you can see how this is something that will allow you to scale the values differently than linearly. So, you know, adding 100 to your might doesn't give you 100 more damage or something like that. 175, 14. All right, and we're going to stop it at 200. My other one goes higher, but whoops. 200 is going to be 15. My other one goes higher, but for this purposes, we're never going to get that high. So we'll leave it at that. That's our lookup table. So now if we go back to our character class Archer, when we look at the level here, we can say... let me go back to my cheat sheet too. Where is my Archer here? All right. All right. So we're going to get 3 times the value of stamina in stat bonus lookup table. We've got 1, so it'll show up here and only 1. And this means that for every point in the stamina bonus... Oh, yes, I'm live. I'm live, and I don't know something that rhymes with live right now. I'm thinking dive and jive and revive, but none of them make sense. So, yes, I'm live. Yeah, so in that lookup table, you know, if you put in 13, you get 0. So if your skill in stamina is 13, you'll get no bonus per level. But once it gets to, say, 15, now you get 1. So every level you get 3 more hit points. And, of course, it goes down. So if you have negative points because your stamina is too low, your hit points will actually be reduced. And then for the magic points, we're going to do something similarly. The point of magic point source, this is where magic point source comes into play in stat bonus. So your magic point source is going to be the determinant of your magic points max. So that's our Archer. So the other classes are all set up very, very much the same way. So let's go through those here. Oh, we need the human name there. All right, our stats. Did I set the human name for this? I didn't. All right, stats for the barbarian is going to be... I can copy them from others, but it's... Yeah, but they're all slightly different, so it doesn't make sense to copy it. So we're going to choose might and stamina and hit points max and also magic point max. Now this is a fun one. Magic points, the barbarian can't use magic points, so their maximum magic points is going to be -500. That way, the final value is always going to be 0 for that. It just doesn't matter how much you have in the other stats. -500 is what you're going to be. For the proficiency, we're going to get a bonus to might and a bonus to stamina. And then for our hit points, we do need to affect by our level. So we'll add that, turn it off for those. Hit points max is going to get 5. Do the same things times the value of stamina in the stat bonus. So we'll do the cleric. What's great about the game modules, besides how cool it is in general, is that you can change these values later at any time, and it would just work. And you could even go so far as to make different difficulty levels if you so chose. We got our might is going to be affected here. Personality. Oh, interesting. I have sword listed here too. And if I have sword listed here, then that means we might want to actually do the skills right now so it can be more efficient. So let's do the skills right now as well. So I'm again getting my cheat sheet up. All right, so let's go to our skills, and I'm going to bring this out because stats, they're going to use a stats module, but it's going to be a different thing. They're going to be used as skills. This is going to be weapon skills, and inside our weapon skills, we're going to have a bunch of stats. So create stat, and this is going to be axe. And so what's interesting about the skills in our main settings is that they can be trained. They can be modified and they can be trained. Your base points is 1. Excuse me. Apologies. And in the game that I would design at least, in your game it can be completely different. As you level up, you get bonus points that you can assign to things like skills, and that's where the points come into play, but they can also be trained over time. So once you get to a certain level or whatever, you can go to a trainer and they will turn you into axe, from axe novice to axe master or whatever. And so we have this, and that's pretty much all the things. We're not going to round it. Actually, yes, let's round it to a decimal place of 1. And the minimum value of points is always 1. The minimum final stat is going to always be 1 as well. There we go. And mastery levels. Oh, I'm getting an error. All right, so I'm going to just take a screenshot of this because this is something I'll have to fix, but I don't want to fix it right now because I know the truth is the reason we're getting that error is because we haven't created our mastery levels yet. So I'm going to create our mastery levels. Let's go to our here, and we're going to create a folder, mastery levels, and in our mastery levels we're going to create game modules, create mastery levels, and this is going to be called main mastery levels. And we're going to click this to go up here. We'll dock this down here, and now we will set up our mastery levels. Let me do the same in my cheat sheet here. Main mastery levels. All right. In our main mastery levels, we're going to have, so main mastery levels up here. We have our mastery levels. We're going to add novice. We're going to have 4. Expert. Whoops. I accidentally renamed it. Expert. Master. Whoops. If I can type, my hands are in the wrong spot. Master and Grandmaster. All right. And that's all I believe we need. Let me see. Did I do anything else? No, I didn't do anything else. Oh yeah, I do have minimum skill level. So in our dictionaries here, dictionaries are a thing that you can kind of just, it holds data. And so I'm going to say skill level or min skill level. Because as I said, these can be trained. So now all of these should have a, oh, I got to expose something. I'm going to expose the, look, another bug there. I'm going to expose the int and close that. So now all of these have a value here, and for the novice you don't need, you start out as novice. For the expert you need to have at least 4 points, master you need to have 8 points, and grandmaster you need to have 12 points to level up or to train to that level for any skill. So that's that, and now we're going back to, I see. I set this one slightly different. So that's our mastery levels. So if we go back to the weapon skills inspector, we can see our mastery levels. We're going to use the main mastery levels. If you change this, it's going to change the mastery levels on all stats of the same type. And stats types are based on the folder. So right here we've got the stat weapon skills, and that's because this is weapon skills. If I change this to weapon skills with a big fat Z, then it changes it up here as well. So the mastery level is dependent on the type it is, not the individual object. You could do that, Disphone. Yes, the question is, in the system, could you make it so that the more you use a skill or an ability, a stat or a skill or something like that, the more you use it, the more they level up? Yes, absolutely. You could have a system that gives points. You could have a system that tracks. There's multiple ways to do it. So you could use the dictionaries. Every object in game modules has a dictionary attached to it. You don't have to use it, but you can. It's a serializable dictionary. So essentially, you can store any sort of data on that object that you want. So for a skill like Axe, let's say that you level up by using it, you could have a dictionary on the Axe skill. You'd have to set up in the main thing, but you'd set up a dictionary with an int, and every time you use it, you swipe that, and maybe you have a lookup table that says, hey, after you use it 100 times, you're on level 2. After you use it 300 times, you're on level 3, etc. So you can create a lookup table that, over time it scales. So to get better, you have to use it more. And then in your code, you simply update your logic. So again, there's many ways to do it. You could say, oh, when you get to level 2, you're no longer a novice. Now you're an expert because if you swung it 100 times, etc., etc. So it's automatic. Or you could do other logic that says, hey, if your value in the lookup table is 2, then you multiply the damage by 2. And that's just something you could write your own damage script or logic, and you could bring in the stats however you see fit. So the goal of the game modules is that whatever you want to do, you probably can do it with minimal custom coding. It's just all this is doing is making it easier to connect the dots. And the stats will automatically update, which we'll get to once we start linking them up here after we finish making them. So it's very nice, in my opinion. We aren't going to change the values of these, or will we? We can come back to it. I don't think we're going to need to post this to the Blackboard. We can come back if it turns out we do. Go back to my cheat sheet. All right, so the rest of the settings are kind of the same for all of the weapon skills. So I'm just going to do my whole duplicate thing, and we're going to go bow and dagger and mace and spear and staff and sword. And we'll do the create new UIDs. Usually you would only create the UID on the new object. You would never change it on the existing object just in case it's being used. But in this case, we're not using any of them yet, so it doesn't really matter. All right, so they all have the same values, the same setup, and that's great. And we're going to create another folder called armor skills, and it's going to be very similar. So I'm just going to create this one, and we'll call it shield. And right now, weapon skill. And we'll move this to the armor skill folder, and now it will be a armor skill. Fancy that, right? And we're going to have a few more of these. So we have shield, chain, leather, plate, and yeah, we're not going to do studded. I have studded in the other thing. So we just have the 4. And we now create new UIDs. The other thing is we have to do, oh no, the name is set. That was fair. Yeah, okay, so we're good there. I don't know why show full inspector is happening. I think it has something to do with the name of the thing. Anyways, we're good there for now. We can always come back to it to add more as we might. And we have more skills though. We have regular skills, and these skills are going to be something players can choose from. So another create folder called, what would this be? It would be called just skills. And these are going to be, whoops, I accidentally copied this, delete that. So these are going to be things like arms master. It's going to be things like body building, and each of these will have different effects on different stats in different ways. Learning and meditation and skill master and spell master. All right, and create new UIDs on all of these. I was going to make this automated, but I realized that it's best to not make it automated so people actively have to do it, because otherwise there's a chance you might not realize what's going on and mess something up, and quite dramatically so. Good afternoon, Midnight Oil Software. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing swell. Okay, we got these skills. Now let's start linking these up in different ways. Is this all the skills we're going to have? Yes, I think this is all the skills we're going to have. But we do need a few more stats. There's a few more kind of main stats that that come into play here. So if we go back to our stats, we're going to have to set these up anyways. So, oops. So our hidden stats here, we're going to have one called critical strike. I don't think we're going to use that in this demo, actually. So let's just change it. Experience modifier. We're going to get into that in a second. This is how the learning skill affects your ability to gain experience. You get more experience if you have the learning skill, but the learning skill doesn't actually affect experience. It affects experience modifier. And another hidden skill is going to be, well, none of them. That's it. So we're going to make another stat folder called stats, and main stats are going to be the things like these right here, and other stats will be the other things. So in our hidden stats, we'll just bring this over here. And did we, oops, I just want to make sure the UID got updated. It did not on either of those. Oops. All right, so this is going to be armor class, and then we have attack, and then we have damage and experience and gold. That's going to be a party stat, different from a player stat, I suppose. And then we have range, damage, and shoot. So our bow damage and attack, appropriately enough. And we'll quickly set these up in the ways we think we need them to be set up. So armor class can be modified, can't be trained. It starts at 0, and it rounds to the nearest decimal place, and we can post and notify that. Attack is going to be, points is going to be 0. So we're actually going to be 0, but your final stat is a minimum of 1. And we're going to we're going to ceiling this so that it always goes up. Is that right? Yeah, I guess that's fine. But it's always going to be a minimum of 1, even if you have 0 points. That means you roll the dice 1 time when you attack. Damage, similarly, only 1. We're going to ceiling this as well. So if you have no attack and no damage, you're always going to score 1 damage on an attack. Actually, no. So you might score 0. You're always going to roll 1, but it will be up to 0 points. So if you have no attack, then you're screwed. Experience can't be modified. Let's come back to that. Gold can't be modified. These are the point tracker. So yes, I want to notify on that. And experience, I don't need to notify on this. And then these are going to be, the range damage also going to be 0. But it's going to be a minimum of 0. And in fact, yeah, let's make sure the minimum is 0 here. So it is going to be a minimum of 0. And we're going to ceiling this, and the shoot will be a minimum of 0 as well, because you have to have a thing equipped for that. And you know what? Now that I think about it, let's just do 0 for the attack too. If you've got no weapon attack equipped, you're not going to use your fists against a goblin. That's just crazy talk. All right, so let's talk about experience and how experience mod plays into this. It's a point tracker. So we're using this as to track points. So all we're looking at points. We're not going to add base value proficiency. It can't be modified, can't be trained. Minimum is going to be 0. Maximum, no maximum. Now we're going to use this modified by this proficiency value, and this is where we're going to get experience modifier into play. Whenever we do the add points method, whenever we add points to the experience, that's something you call in your script. You defeat a monster, they have some experience integer on them or float on them that you're going to get to your player. So you give that to your player by calling player stats dot add points, and then you put in the value. Now the proficiency of experience modifier will modify that value. So if you have a experience modifier proficiency of 0.2, then it's going to be 1 plus 0.2, so 1.2 times whatever value you put in. If you put in 100, it will now be 120. So instead of 100 points, the player will actually get 120 points. And that's how we hook up with the skill learning. So if we go to our skills and go to our learning skill, we can look at our stats here in our mastery levels. And now, since this is something that can be trained, the mastery levels, the stats effect is going to be based on the mastery levels that we've set up. So we set up our 4 mastery levels. They're displaying here. We're going to affect our hit experience modifier. And so we'll add that. Now remember, the experience modifier affects by the proficiency. So the point value is not going to have any impact at all. Instead, we're going to look at the proficiency. So let's say that if you have the skill learning at, say, novice with only 1 skill point, basically you just got learning, I want to give you a 10% bonus to your experience, we can say 0.9 or 0.09 rather, and 0.01 per proficiency per skill point. Oh, that's what we do. The value, yeah, there we go. Sorry, I had my fields wrong. The value doesn't do anything, the proficiency does. So by base, we're giving ourselves a 9% increase, and then per skill point, another 1%. So if your skill point is 4, then you'd have a 13% increase in your experience. So we're going to do that for all 4 of these, but instead of typing those out again, I'm just going to copy, and then we're going to, they're empty, so we'll just paste the list. I guess with a pen structure, it doesn't give the details, but that's fine. At expert, you're going to get twice as much, so 0.18 and 0.2. At master, you'll get 0.27. Whoops, 0.2. Oh, I did it again. Oops, I did it again. And 0.03. Did I do 0.2? Nope. That was a bug. All right, and then for this one, 0.36 and 0.04. So if you have, to get to Grandmaster, you need 12 points. We set that up earlier with that dictionary. And so, realistically, at this point, you're going to have at least 12 points. So 12 times 0.4, that's 0.48, plus 0.36 is going to be a total of, what is that, 84? So 84% more experience earned if you are a Grandmaster in learning with 12 skill points. So that's how that works. And then whenever anyone does the add points on experience, it will consider this value and modify the points received. Bada bing, bada boom. Very, very straightforward once you wrap your brains about it. We have our other skills to set up though now. And then we'll get to the scripting part soon enough. Where are skills? All right, so Arms Master is going to affect all of our weapons. So pretty much any weapon is going to be affected positively by Arms Master. It just means you're better at using weapons. Let me remove the show inspector. So let's just quickly set all of our weapons here. You know what? Here's a to-do item. I should have a drop down that lets you select by type. That's cool. I should add that. Let me add that to my notes because I'm gonna forget that. Where's my obsidian? New note. We're gonna call this things to fix or add. And I should bring this over. Things to fix or add. So we're gonna say stats. When looking up stats in the stat view, mastery levels 2. Allow a search by string and search both name and type. That way you could just type in weapon and all the weapons would come up. But instead, I didn't do that. They are organized by skill, so that's something. So we can just kind of go down the list, I guess, like this. All right. So we got our weapon skills. I got my cheat sheet. So again, we're going to do something very similar to the learning skill, where we're just going to improve their proficiency of these. We don't need the modifier because these skills are not something that are point trackers. So we're not modifying the points you get. We're just modifying the final value, which is just the built-in math. Do it, Royal Commander. Make that game. And just thrown, glad you were here. Thanks for joining. So we're going to do the same thing here. We're just going to copy this and paste it. And as you can see, now we already have this list down here, just a helpful thing where you can see what this Arms Master directly affects and what it affects. So these are the things it directly affects, and then, you know, there could be chains of effects, and so you can see the whole chain of effects there. And if this was affected by something else, then it will be shown here. So we're just going to paste the modification list to all of these, and then 0.18, copy and paste down the line, 0.02, excuse me, paste. I've been talking too much. All right, and 0.27, whoops, 0.27, and 0.3. 0.03. That was about to become way overpowered. And the last one, 0.36 and 0.04. Oops. Just quick check. All right, those are good. So now this is set up, Arms Master, and now let's do bodybuilding. And bodybuilding is going to affect the, oh, we need to add flavor text too. That's going to be in the dictionaries. We'll add that in a bit. So bodybuilding is going to affect your hit points max, and it's going to affect the proficiency of it. Very similar to the other one. It's going to be 0.09 and 0.01. So at the very basic, you get 10% more hit points. But it's just going to do that. So we are going to copy it just to make sure it's a little easier. But the numbers are going to be the same as the other ones, 0.36 and 0 and 0.04. So this acts as a multiplier. Now in this case, since hit points max is something that is not used as a counter, you could use the base value, and you could say, okay, well, you just get, you know, 10 hit points per skill point, whatever you want to do. If that's how you want your game to work, then do it. Don't let me tell you how to make your game. It's your game. And that's actually why I started creating this modules, because I didn't want other people telling me how to make my game, but I also wanted a system that made it easier to make my game. So I did it for me. All right. So learning we did. Meditation is going to be the same thing as bodybuilding, but with magic points max. So 0.09 and 0.01, and we will copy and paste, and 0.36 and 0.04, 0.27 and 0.03, and 0.18 and 0.03. All right. Now, Skill Master is going to affect all skills, and I think you'll probably see a trend here on the number values, but we're going to affect the skills. So we have our that's the Armor Master that would do that. Oh, I didn't make an Armor Master. We should make one. So this is going to be the regular everyday skills, and this is part of the reason why I categorize these differently. So in this list they would be organized. That's just part of the reason. So Arms Master, Bodybuilding, Learning, Meditation, Spell Master, and while we're here, and I set it Armor Master, and the Armor Master gets a new one of these, and the other details are the same. So if we go back to Skill Master, now we've got Armor Master. Now, if you noticed, we didn't get Skill Master in that list because, well, we use a Skill Master. You can't affect yourself. 0.09 and oops, we'll just copy that down the list then, and 0.01. Oh, that was the expert. Oh well. No wasted time. Same amount of time regardless. 0.04, and copy this down the list. Paste. 0.36. Copy this down the list. Man, when we do finally hook this up, I hope it just works. It should just work, but yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like a live demo. So technically, in a live demo, it's supposed to break horribly. Whoops. I can't type 0.02. All right. All right, and then the Armor Master and the Spell Master, we gotta do the same things. No big deal. It's easy enough to set it up. It just takes the clicking and the typing. 0.09, 0.01, and copy, paste, 0.36, 0.04, 0.03, I can't type. It's because I keep typing the same thing over and over, and I think my brain's like, this is monotonous and boring, and you shouldn't be doing it anymore because it's monotonous and boring. It's not that boring. All right, it's just because I'm doing it all at once. I think in the actual tutorial, I'll kind of speed through this part. All right, and so the Spellmaster is going to affect the things we haven't set up yet, which is the magic skills. And so create a new folder, magic skills, and this is gonna be like weapon skills. So I'll just copy this. I know one's gonna be body magic, and so we're gonna put that here. Oh, I did the wrong one. Moved the wrong thing. Body is gonna be here. And everything else can be the same. What other magic skills do we have? There we go. For this demonstration, we're going to have air, we're going to have earth, wind and fire, just fire, no wind, mind, and water. Create some new UIDs. Okay, so now excuse me, if we go back to our Spell Master, we should have our things listed here. And we get our 0.09, and we'll do it. This is the last one to set up like this. And then we can go back to our character race and class. So the note for me is to do the character race and class after all of this stuff. So copy it, paste it, paste it, paste it. .04. Look, one didn't get pasted in. So this means when you're editing your game, you're like, oh, this is overpowered or underpowered. All you have to do is change these numbers. And technically, you could even write scripts that update games on the fly with brand new values if you've decided that something needs to be adjusted in the game that people are already playing. That's especially handy for a multiplayer game where people need to be aligned on the values of things. There we go. So now we've got those skills set up, and I believe the rest are done. So let's go back to this character class, look at our archer again, get my cheat sheet up, get my archer up. All right, so we added in our stats hit points and magic points max, and I swear I saw earlier a weapon skill in this, but maybe I clicked the wrong thing. Oh no. Oh, we're not archer. We're working on our cleric. That's right. I think actually that was a mistake. Maybe cleric wasn't supposed to have, or maybe they all have. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Every class is going to have a bonus. We're just going to do it on the fly. Every class is going to have a bonus of that. So we're going to start by setting up the details. Then we'll go over the other skill stuff in a bit. So let's do the cleric. We have might, personality. We need hit points max. And magic points max. And magic point source. Because this one does have magic points. And we're going to choose level as our modifier here. And it's not going to affect any of those. What do we do for archer? Do we need magic point source in this? In my cheat sheet over here we have it, but I wonder because the value is 0, so it's not having an impact. Let me think. So let me look at magic point source. I think I'm actually supposed to be affecting magic point source, not magic point max. Magic point source. Okay, wisdom and personality affect magic point source, but not directly, indirectly. So let me look at my, I'll bring it over for a second. Let me look at these. It should be by character class. So if we look at the druid, magic, oh, by magic point source, that's what we're doing. So I guess we can say magic point source. I don't think it has an impact if we just have all zeros though. So, oh, there we go. That I didn't scroll over enough. Okay, it does matter because we got these. Okay, so let's go back. Let me just make this a little bit wider for my cheat sheet so I don't get distracted or forget. All right. All right, so if we go back to our archer, archer has magic point source as well. And so let me add that here. All right, it's not affected by the level. It's got 0, 0, but what it does have is over here we have another source, and that's called wisdom. So we're going to add wisdom and turn it off for all these. Instead, we're going to get one of the final stat. So essentially, there's going to be things that affect. This is supposed to be magic point source, right? Yes. So the value of magic point source in wisdom. Magic point source is affected by wisdom 1 times the final stat. So if we're, the logic is essentially magic point source equals 1 times the final stat of wisdom. So if wisdom is 50, magic point source is 50. When we get to the cleric and the druid, they're going to have both wisdom and personality at 0.5 and 0.5, meaning the average of the two will be their final magic point source, and the magic point source is used in this algorithm right there. There we go. And the question in the chat, Royal Commander, do you only work with Unity? I do use Unreal slightly. It gives me a headache, and I don't really use it. So for all intents and purposes, yes, I only use Unity. But I have opened Unreal and worked with it in very basic capacities. Barbarian doesn't have magic, so there's no magic point source. Cleric does. So the cleric, let me cheat sheet it. So the cleric has a negative 0.1 for might and a positive, negative 0.1 and a positive 0.2 for personality. Excuse me. And we'll do the sword stuff later. I think my goal was to always have a 0.1 so benefit. So there's so there's -1 and +2. So this one needs a -1. I think it should be for a barbarian. We're gonna say personality. Personality add is going to be -0.1 for proficiency. That way, between the three, there's always a 10% bonus or to something on average. All right, so going back to the cleric, and then the hit points is going to be 2 and 3, and both of them are going to be the times the value of stamina. Where's stamina? And magic point source in stat bonus. Do we set the barbarian the right way? Stamina and personality is turn that off. Okay. All right, cleric. And then magic point source is going to be personality. And add that. It has no effect on anything. Look, circular logic. Clever, clever. So you can't affect that. But your final stat of personality is your magic point source. All right, so they're druid. Druid is where we combine the two, personality and wisdom, to get the magic point source. So here we're going to affect on the druid stamina. We're going to affect wisdom and personality, and hit points max, and magic points max, and magic points source. All right, so we got a -0.1 on stamina, but +0.1 on each of these. And then hit points max is going to be modified by level. So you get, it's basically a per level bonus for hit points max and magic points max. You could think about it that way. 2 and 3 times the value of stamina and magic point source in stat bonus. And then the magic point source for this one is going to be both wisdom and personality combined. So we're going to say wisdom, and we're going to say personality. There it is. And it's only going to affect magic point source, and it's going to be 0.5 and 0.5 of the final value. So again, the final stat, if you've got 20 from wisdom and 10 from personality, the average will be 10 plus 5, so 15, the average of the two. There you go. And let's go ahead and copy this, because the ranger has a very similar structure here. So paste modification list, slightly different, but I think in the other game I called it scout, so let's just call it scout. Use that name. All right. So now instead of stamina and wisdom and personality, we still have the other effects, and it's now 3 and 2. But the rest are the same there, and this is the same as well. Now we have might, speed, and accuracy. So we're going to do might, speed, and accuracy. And none of these are affected by that, or by these, or by these, so we'll just toggle those off. And then the might is going to get a -0.1, and speed 0.1, and accuracy 0.1. Okay, and then we have the good old-fashioned knight. And the stats here are going to be might and personality. And personality. And hit points max and magic points max. Magic points max, where is it? And I just realized that this has a negative hit on personality. So the half orc, or not the half orc, the barbarian should have something else instead of personality. So let's make that wisdom instead. And it's just going to be negative 0.1. All right, so then there, go back to our knight. Personality is going to be negative 0.1, and the might's going to be 0.2. So they get a boost to might more, but they have a negative here. So on average, it's a 0.1. Or in sum, rather. And hit point max, we're getting level. Let's see. I noticed in my cheat sheet I did it differently for this one for some reason. Not sure why. So magic points max is negative 500. It can't use magic. All right, so level, we're going to get 4 points in magic, in hit points rather, times the value of stamina. There we go. And the mage is going to be stamina and wisdom. Where's stamina? I can't find it. Oh my gosh, there it is. And wisdom is right after it. And hit points max, magic points max, and magic point source. And we know we're going to have level here, and we know we're also going to have wisdom as well for our magic point source. So we'll just add it now and just toggle these off, and for these toggle these off, times the value of stamina. And magic point source. Magic point source is going to be 1 times the final stat of wisdom. And for the bonuses, we're going to get 2 and 3. And for these bonuses, negative 0.1 to stamina and 0.2 for wisdom. The last one is the paladin. We'll use the name there, but I'm going to copy the cleric because it's very similar to that. Whoops, paste modification list. And bring up my cheat sheet. All right, and so we have wisdom and speed instead of might and personality. So I'll just delete these for now, and we'll update these. We're going to have 3 and 2 times the value of those, and personality is the stat of choice for the magic points source, and we have wisdom and speed to add here. Okay, and so we don't have an effect there. Wisdom is going to be negative 0.1, and speed is 0.2. Oh, rather, positive 0.2, and wisdom negative 0.1. All right, so we are set with the character classes. Now let's set up the 4 character races. It's going to be very similar to our settings before on the classes. It's going to create game modules, create item attribute. This is going to be human. We'll start with a human, and we're going to add a some stats. So this human's going to have, we'll use the name there. Stat is going to be hit points max and magic points max. And the base value is going to be 25 and 20. And there's also going to be effect from the level. And that's going to be 2 and 1 times the value of stamina and magic point source and stat bonus. So we're going to copy this. Actually, we haven't even created the other ones yet. So let's go ahead and duplicate the whole thing and call this elf and dwarf and half orc, and we'll create new UIDs, and then let's check out maybe the elf. And so they're going to have different, they're going to have 15 hit points and 30 magic points. No, not 15, 30. 15 and 30. And then for these, they're not going to get any extra hit points per level, but they are going to get a lot of magic points per level. I could turn this off, but it's going to have 0 impact anyway, so we're going to leave it there. But they also have other benefits here, so we're also going to get some bonus. All of the races will have a net 0 benefit. Human has no benefit, no negatives. The elf is going to have modifications on wisdom and might and stamina and accuracy. Where's accuracy? Okay. And the benefits are not affected by the level. Instead, it's just a proficiency benefit. So 0.2 on the wisdom and accuracy, and negative 0.2 on might and stamina. And then if we look at the dwarf, we've got our base values here of 20 and 25 with a flip here as 1 and 2. And then we are going to have effects on personality, stamina, speed, and accuracy. So personality, stamina, speed, and accuracy. Let's see, accuracy, speed. All right, no effect on any of these. So personality is going to be 0.2, stamina is 0.1, accuracy is negative 0.1, and speed is negative 0.2. Short legs and all that, I suppose. And half orc is our final race to use today. And for our stats, we got to make sure the names are set too, actually. Use the name. The 40 and 5. So they do have some magic point max, but the classes mean that they can't use it at all. So if you have a wizard, they will have magic points. It's just not that many. And then they're going to get 3 hit points and 0 magic points per level. And then their big other things are going to be might, personality, wisdom, and stamina. So personality and wisdom, might, and stamina. There we go. And these are going to be negative 0.2 and positive 0.2. There we go. So now we got our classes and our races set up. For stats, it's more for the flavor text we get to do and the names, but we can come back to that later. The only other thing here, I'm going to create a folder for gender. Now, I think we can do 3 genders here. We can do male, female, and non-gendered, and we can show how to deal with the portraits where we can combine the portraits together for non-gendered. That's a good attribute to add. So we're going to go male, female, and non-gendered. And we'll add the button up here too. What did I just do? Did I do it? Yeah, I did it right. Okay. So settings. Oh, I need to do the names on the other ones before I forget. Character, race, elf, half orc, human is set, and dwarf. There we go. All right, so male, female, but there's not going to be any difference in these. So the name order is -1, so it would be like male, half orc, barbarian, basically. But there's no benefit or change in the game besides just, you know, maybe he, she, they in the end. All right, only 4 watching now. We used to have up to like 29 at one point. All right, I guess it was more fun when I was doing the Unity stuff versus just saying stuff up, pushing buttons. Good to know. All right, so we got those. Back in Unity, let's quickly set up that button for the race class, and we have our gender. We should add a non-gendered. Non-gendered. And we will make all of these. Let's see, if right now the width is 217 times 2, it's 420. Divide that by 3 is 140 each. And we'll make this non-gendered. And maybe this one gets to be wider. And we'll make female over here, male over here, and non-gendered in the middle. Let's update that to be there so they don't have buttons clicking over each other. There we go. 3. We're gonna have to add buttons to these, but that's easy enough. All right, so we got 3 there. We still have to do other things with the names and other things, but I think we're at the point now where we can start making some connections with some scripts. So the first thing is when this scene is loaded, we want to have randomization up here. We want random everything. And I guess we're going to need some character names, so let's just quickly do that. So in the way we're going to work with character names is we're going to use the dictionaries module for this. And I've got my cheat sheet with some pre-made names, so we're just going to use those. We're going to go to the dictionaries, and we're going to open up and manage all item attributes. That's how you set up dictionaries. And so we've got on our character race, we're going to set up a female names, and we're going to set up male names. And then we're going to expose a string, not as a text box. And that's if we go back to the inspector now, we've got them showing up on all of our race dictionaries here. And so I'm just going to copy these over. You can have, it's a list. It doesn't, you can have a single value, which is often what you'd want. But in this case, you can have any number of values because it's really a string list that's being saved rather than a single string. But if you only have one item in the list and you call for the value string, it will just give you the first value regardless. So you can treat it as if it is a single string rather than a list. So we're just going to copy these. So we're going to give a random name to start, and then the player will be able to change the name if they want. But we need some name to start with, just for funsies. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. Okay, then our half orc. Oh my gosh, okay. All right. Almost done with the copy and the paste and the copy and the paste. Just starting basically with 4 selections for each, and then the non-gendered will just combine them into 8. Well, actually, they're not going to be defaulted to non-gender, I don't think. So we will just not have to worry about that part. It's just less code to write then. And people can choose their own name once it's named. Last few of these, Jay and Elliot. All right, so now we got names. Whoops. Oh, Corey, Jay, Elliot. All right, so now we got names in our dictionary, so we can access those via code. So let's go ahead and do the setup here. So, excuse me. My goodness gracious. I need some coffee. Clearly, I need some coffee. Don't forget to like and subscribe, everybody. Always helpful if you do that, and I think I appreciate it. And if I knew you, I might even, tell you thank you in person. Oh, anybody going to GDC? I'll be there. So if you are, let me know. We should say hi. Okay, so we're gonna create a what are we going to create? We're going to create a scene manager, I suppose. So new folder or new create empty. We're going to call this scene creation manager. And we're going to make this all the way up here and then put it all the way down here. And then we'll duplicate this, change the name, and we'll separate it out like so. Actually, let's bring it up here. It probably fits better like here. So we have our UI and our creation manager, or maybe our scripts than our thing. Am I overthinking it? Yes, I am. All right, creation manager, UI, everything, required things in the event system. Perfect. Save the scene. Unity crashes. I think it's just this version right now because that comes and goes. Unity's crashing recently, so I keep forgetting to save. And that's the problem. All right, so what we're going to do with our creation manager is start a script. So rather than add it here, I like to keep it organized, and it's easier just to add it right here. So we're going to create a C# script. We're going to call it creation manager. And the namespace here, is it not giving my namespace? Interesting. I guess that it's a per. I don't know why it didn't give me my namespace. Anyways, namespace is going to be Infinity PBR.modules.demo, and we'll bring all this junk up here, and we're going to say system.serializable because I tend to forget to put that in, and later I'm like, why isn't it saving? And that's why. All right. So what are we doing in this creation scene? We're going to be doing a few things. We're going to be setting at the start. We're going to be setting four characters. So we need to know what the character races are, and the genders, and the other things. So we're going to do a list of item attribute, and this is going to be character races. Equals new list item attribute, and I always use character character race, character classes, because the term class can't be used, and so I always do character as a prefix. So genders. All right, so we got those three, and let's just go ahead and populate them while we're thinking about it. We'll add the component here, character or creation manager, and then we've got these three here. So let's just quickly drag these over. We have our items, character class. We'll just drag these over. Archer, barbarian, cleric, druid. You know what? Actually, let me do this a different way. I've got a cooler way. So scratch that. We're going to do it a different way. So let's just comment these out for now, because we have the repositories. The repositories have all the details for us. So what we're going to say is public list item attribute is going to be, or character races is going to be, and let's import the repository here using static infinity PBR modules item attribute repository. So now we can say item attribute repository get attributes, or get of type. What is it? Get of what is it? Maybe this is something I need to add. I thought there was a get of type. Get item attribute array. For each populate list. I don't have, let me see. Get by UID. Try add item. Oh, we need a get by type. All right. Protected. List of item, or a list of T. Get items by type and string type, and we're going to return a list dot, no, what is it? scriptable objects. These are all scriptable objects dot where x dot type x dot object. Ooh, it does not. Let's see. Type equals type. Where would we put the where? We know scriptable objects are game modules objects. Game modules object. Can we do it like that? No. Let's see. Var object light object list equals scriptable objects as I am game modules object. Can we do that? How do we cast all objects in a list as a type? This sounds like a job for AI. Don't you think? I think so. So Unity C#. The scriptable objects is a list of objects, and this is a generic class. I need to cast all objects in the list as I am game modules object. It should tell us, maybe, you can use the as keyword. I knew that part. I don't think this is going to work. Yeah, so I think this is going to be not efficient. I don't want to do all that. So what I'm going to do instead is do an override on each one. So we're going to say list T is going to be a protected virtual, and it's going to be return default. So if we don't override it, it's just going to return default. Or let me hold on. Or something else. We could. Let's try this. For each var var so scriptable object in scriptable objects, if I scriptable so, or we'll say I am game modules object so dot object isn't. Oh, it's not. What am I? I'm probably. I could be looking at the wrong thing. Item attribute. So this is a module scriptable object. That's what it is. I'm doing it wrong. Okay. Object type. Do we have access to that? Let's see. Module scriptable object has object type. All right, so let's go back here. So var object equals scriptable object as module scriptable object. If object type equals type, then var return list equals new list T. And so then we'll say if it does not equal to type, then continue. Oops, continue. Otherwise, we will say return list add object. All right, that didn't work. Why didn't it work? List of module scriptable object. Okay. All right, and then we will return list. And I guess we'll make, it's going to be that. It can't not be, but okay. Will this work? I mean, this will give us a list back. We can make this a better method in general, but let's just see if we can spell out the right things. Dot get items, get items by type. Why don't we have this? Character race. Oh, it's protected. Why isn't this? What's the type it gives us? I think it's easier if we just override it, because people aren't going to want to remember to go back here and choose module scriptable object. So I think what we could do is in the repository here, we could say get items by type, and this is going to be a item attribute. And what we can do is yeah, I think we should just override it for each one. We'll get that list if it's not. Otherwise, we can just go through the motions here, and we don't even need the as now. And this is where we can just do the return here. So we're going to return scriptable objects dot where object x dot object type equals type, and that dot to list, that should be that. And so now we can just do this, and that's a lot cleaner and easier to read and easier to use. So there is the option, if I forget to override it on the others, which I shouldn't forget to do, and I should write myself a note right now to add that to the others. And let me do that, and add the get items by type to other repositories, and also add other helpful methods. Yeah, well, I can't type. Okay, so we've got this. So now we can get items by type here. This is used in an automated system. So get items by type. And we can just call this actually get by type. And that change it here too? Nope. Get by type. Oops. All right. Get by type, get by type. Make this override. Oh. Yeah, okay, so let's just remove this from here. We don't need it there. We'll just put it here. It's now just a public list. None of the other fancy dangle stuff. All right, now we can use it back here. So in our creation manager, so we can just say public list character races, get by type character race, character class, and I believe the other one was just called gender. Character classes and genders. So now we can do that. We don't have to populate it. Boom, easier, because now we can say we're going to do a method called private. I was debating whether it should be public or private. I decided private. Private void create character, and we'll say random to make it explicit. Random character. And we are character, and we are going to say, well, let's create our player first. We have a default player that we can actually use. So, and this is actually this is supposed to be uppercase because they are properties. So we'll make them uppercase. We have a default character we can use. So this is going to be inside. It's not in the game modules yet. This is part of the V4 update, which is going to be great. This is going to make your life a lot easier. In these scripts here, player scripts, we've got the game modules actor and game modules inventory actor. We're going to use the inventory one because the next scene is going to have an inventory. So we're going to start with that. And this derives from game modules actor, which derives from itself, derives from all these, or implements all these different things. And so this is basically the quick start, has a ton of methods, has all the setup stuff that you could want in your game. Oh, actually, we're going to use inventory actor. This is the stuff of dreams that I've been using. So this is let me restate. Game modules inventory actor, you shouldn't change. Inventory actor is a demo of what you might create out of the game modules inventory actor. So in fact, to do that more clear, I'm going to set that to demo, and we're actually going to move that to our demo scene up here in our scripts, because this is a script that's being made specifically for this demo. It's going to have the things like character race, character class, gender. I haven't added that yet. But it's not going to be like, this isn't something you can just drag. I mean, you could just drag into your project and use those exact things, but you're going to customize. It's your project. You might not have character races and classes. I don't know. So you can definitely mimic this, but you should derive from game modules inventory actor if you're using the inventory system. Otherwise, just game modules actor to not use the inventory system. Okay. So the point is, we are going to make characters. So public list players or inventory actor is going to be, we're going to call them players, equals new list inventory actor players. And we are also going to yeah, we'll leave it there. We'll do more later, probably. We'll see. So we're going to create a new character, and to do that, we're going to say new inventory of our new player equals new inventory actor. And the inventory actor, and let's open that up here, is going to have a few things. We're going to fix this. Are all attributes now, and it's going to be character class object and gender object, and those are going to be the scriptable objects that we have, and then these are going to be the in-game version, the game item object, or item attribute rather. The item attribute is a scriptable object. Game item attribute is a class that you use during runtime, and so we're going to say character or just gender. We'll use gender. All right, so we got those three. We can get the property here, and this is going to be, I gotta fix this because this is using the older version where I had those separate, so we're making it better. That's why I'm going through this exercise. So gender and gender object. Okay, so what are these properties doing? These properties are saying, hey, when I call gender, character class, character race, get me the gender if it's there. If it's not, no, if it's null, if it's null, then set it to be a new game item object from the gender object, and then set the owner to this character, this player, this or actor, I suppose, and return that value to me there. And I think actually these can be like this, and I'm going to have some errors now down here because they don't need to have the little the parentheses there. All right, so now we've got our character race, character class, and gender. Gender does not affect modifications, so we don't need to add it to the modification level here. For those of you who are newer to game modules, the get other levels is where, stats that will update themselves. As stats update themselves, that's what they do. And the get other levels is the where they combine everything together. So as you can see here, we've got conditions, quests, equipped items, and those all have modification levels. So your equipment might modify your stats, your conditions, poison, haste, whatever, might modify your stats. Maybe some quests modify your stats. Maybe quests that when you complete them give you a long-term boost to your stats. Or while you have some quest, maybe you have the quest to destroy the one ring and then your stamina is lowered for the duration of the quest. Stuff like that. But we're also adding these two, the character race and the character class, because those also modify stats. So we essentially say get other levels and just combine all of the potential stats here. This is something you'd write for yourself, and that's because your project is going to be unique. You're going to have various things that affect your stats that I do not plan for, and that's the flexibility that this has. So we've got those three things there. So what we're going to do in our creation manager is say create a new player, and then we're going to say new player dot gender gender object equals genders dot random dot range and 0 2. That should give us either a 1 or a 2. And actually, yeah, we'll include non-gender for this just to keep it simple. And so what we'll really do is going to do genders.count. So new player gender object is going to be genders random between 0 and the count of genders. And we don't know what it's going to be until we call it, but it doesn't really matter at this point. We're just setting it up. So we're going to do that 3 times. And we're going to do character class object, and character race object is going to be character classes and character races. Pretty straightforward. And the count of each. So get a random range between all of those. What's this telling me here? Use object initializer. Okay, well, we can do it like that. We'll do that. And what else? We need a name. I don't think that's yet here, so let's add it. This was the whole exercise that I was going to be doing, is saying the name. So we're going to say private string name, or we can't do name. It's going to be actor name is going to be something, and then we will do so since this is a demo script specific to this scene, we can do more opinionated methods. So similar to this, we're going to do a name. If it's empty, we're going to grab a random name. So public string actor name. We'll just do name. Actor name is going to be actor name. Otherwise, if it's not, then we're going to do set it and return to let's see, what is it going to be? Well, let's make this a little bit more complicated first. So we're going to say get actor or create new actor name. And we're going to create this method down here. And this method is going to go to our... First, it's going to check to make sure that we have a character race. So if character race equals null... Oops, did that wrong. Character race equals null, then return no name. Basically, we don't have a race, so the name is no name. And that generally shouldn't happen. We'll get the race before we try to get the name. And we can force that to happen simply by saying, hey, note, we need to force the character race to compute prior to the name. So let's force that here. And so to do that, we're just going to say character class or character race. Oh, we can't because it's not a method, so we can't do that. So we're going to say var race equals character race. Oh, sorry. We're doing that in the constructor. We shouldn't do that in the constructor. Instead, we can do that out here. Why? Oh, this is the creation manager. So new player dot character race. There we go. Can we just call this up here? No, that's not going to do anything. So yes, so we're just going to basically create a variable, and that will just force this to update and give us the race first. That forces the race in the actor here to be populated. That way, there's no chance afterwards when we try to print the name right here that it tries to print the name before it tries to print the character, or it tries to do it in the same frame, and therefore we could get some wonky results. So if we don't have a race, then we'll do that. Otherwise, we should do the gender at the same time. You know what? In fact, let's be smarter about this. Instead of doing that here, what we can do is if the character race equals null, actually what we'll do is var character race equals character race, and here we go, there we go, var character gender equals character gender, or just gender. There we go. That will force both of those to populate, so we don't have to do it here at all. So we're going to say force these to populate first in case they haven't. Hold on one second. I had to drink some water and cough, and this time I was able to mute myself. You're welcome. So this will force them to populate first, basically running through this process, and so the private variables get populated by whatever object was previously selected. And once we know that, then we can call up our character race and our dictionary. So if we go back to our dictionary here on our races where we set our names, you can see, we'll look at the dwarf. We have our dictionary, female names, male names, and we got 4 on each. So the way we call that is we can say, I'm going to make it longer and then we'll skinny up the code after. We're going to say var dictionary equals character race dot dictionaries dot get key get key value of female names. And so this is going to be actually female names, and we're going to get from that the values string. So that's going to give us this list of strings back, and so that's going to be that. And then we'll do the same for male names, and we will do male names. All right, so now we have our list of female names, list of male names, and we can say if gender equals if gender.object name equals male, then we can say actor name is equal to random.range, we'll do random.range, but we're going to do male names random.range 0 through male names count. And then we will return that, return actor name. All right. And why is this giving us a thing? What did I do wrong? Male names is a list. Random range. Can I do that? No. Okay. So actor name is a string, and male names is. All right. Let's do something. We'll make this public. Void set actor name, and var value is going to be string value. String value is going to be actor name equals value. Oh, I did is equal. That's why. Duh. But I want to do it this way anyways. So we're going to say set actor name to be something there. Else we'll do if it's female, then it will be female names and female names count. And then if it's non-gendered, then we're going to combine the two. So we're going to do a little bit here. We're going to say var full list equals new list string. And then, well, actually, let's start with, and then we'll do full list dot add range, male names, and there we go. And full list dot add range, female names, and then we will say set actor name to be full names, and so it's going to get a random one between all of those. And then return that. Yeah, we'll keep it as that. I think we could do like a switch statement here or something too. I don't want to do a switch statement. I think this is fairly straightforward. So we're going to get the male names or the female name or the non-gendered name, which is going to be one mixture of the both there. And okay, let's just write some notes here. Get create or get the list of strings names. The rest is self-exploring. If the gender's male, if the gender's female, if the gender's non-gendered, then we can just say here combine the lists together and grab randomly from that. All right, so that should give us that. And now let's do a pass. This is what I've been enjoying the AI stuff these days, the AI revolution. And while there's much to be done, let's just ask ChatGPT, hey, hi, can this be made shorter? And I bet the answer is yes. And what I've been enjoying about this is learning different ways to make things shorter, reminding myself of things I probably forgot about, and also going through the exercise of confirming whether or not ChatGPT is right. Because oftentimes it's not. I just put on some chapstick. Oftentimes it's wrong completely. So let's see. Let's compare what it's telling me to do versus what I'm actually doing. And I am so sorry I didn't increase the size of my code. I apologize. I know folks want the size of the code bigger because some screens are smaller. So I apologize I didn't do that earlier. It looks like it's not shorter. It's just doing an else. So it looks like maybe I can't make it much shorter. It's made a little bit here. Names equals new list string. Add range. Oh, I see what it did. Okay, that's clever. I like that. Let's implement that. So I'm gonna type because I don't want to copy paste. I want to learn, and that includes muscle memory learn. I'm gonna type it out. So we're gonna do a list of strings called names, and then and then we're going to say, okay, if character gender dot object, or we'll just do gender dot object name equals male. Then names equals male names. male names. Else if character or gender dot object name equals female, then names equals female names. Else we're going to combine the two, and that's going to be names equals we don't need to do a new list. We already, names is a new list. So we're going to say names dot add range. See, it's not perfect. Male names, and I think we need to do new list string up there. Let's see, ensure that's there. Names dot add range female names, and then we can simply do the set actor name once. I will copy that, and we're going to do names and names, and that is indeed, indeed a little bit better. And we can just then return the actor name. And in fact, set actor name, let's go ahead and return the actor name. Actor name, and return how do you make this return? That should return, shouldn't it? Oh, duh. Return a string. There we go. I must be getting tired. All right. So set actor name and return it. So instead of just returning that, we can just say return set actor name to that and be done with it. And that does look like it's smaller. What do we do here? What if it's a switch statement? What's better, a switch statement or a list? I guess the switch statement is easier to read. If it's male, do that. If it's female, do that. All right, yeah, so we'll do a switch statement, and then this can be var instead. All right, that's better. Now we could make this a little bit smaller by doing this here and here. Yeah, that's better. So compile list of names based on gender, and then return it. All right, create new actor name. So we got the create new actor name. Actor name is going to return the actor name. Otherwise, it's going to create new actor name, which sets the value to whatever we set in, and sets it the value of actor name to that, and returns that value as well. So this should return an actor name value so long as we have one of those populated. Otherwise, it will return no name. Where is no name? Didn't I have no name? We need to check to make sure that character race is assigned, and because it's possible that character race doesn't get assigned for whatever reason, and if that's the case, we'll just say no name, I guess. So if character, so if character race equals null, and or I guess, oops. Or gender character gender equals null, then return no name. Actually, we'll be more no class or gender. Excuse me. So this should basically say, okay, this is going to populate these first. If they didn't get populated for whatever reason, just return no class or gender. So we can probably start by testing this immediately. So what are we going to do actually? Let's confirm how we're going to hook up this with the rest. So we've got new player, and then what are we going to do? We've set these things. when we call for the actor name or the actor name, thank you, Royal Commander. We're gonna get the actor name, we believe, to be determined, and then we need to get printing up here. Now we could get a list of the objects and so on and so forth, but instead, what I think I want to do is assign the game ID. So every in-game game modules object has a game ID. Again, it's a unique identifier. It's something you can set to be very specific. So you could set it to be cute bunny or lost dog or whatever. But it's also will be automatically generated from a GUID. And that's what these, since there's going to be 4 characters, they're not going to be the character name. That's not going to be the name of it. It's going to be a random string. So what I think I can do is assign a random string to each of these portraits so that it knows which character it belongs to, and then it can just check the Blackboard for updates. So every time the Blackboard posts an update, it can get an update to do something different. That's what I'm going to try to do. I think that is a nice way of doing it. So I don't have to do so many links inside the inspector and in all the other scripts. And so that means that for this one, we need the Blackboard. So you're going to say using static infinity PBR.modules.blackboard, or main Blackboard actually, because everything can have a Blackboard. Main Blackboard is the main Blackboard that's just always there. Because Timeboard, which is another module for keeping track of the game time, also has a Blackboard called Timeboard. So Timeboard is game time combined with a Blackboard related to game time. All right. So create random character, and we're going to do this on start. We're going to do this 4 times. So let's just do that there. So private void start. What we're actually not going to do it on start. What we're going to do is have a private enumerator create characters. And in this, we're going to say while Blackboard equals null, yield return null. Then we will do create random character 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're going to keep a track for index here because we know we have 4. So let's just keep track of these. That should be helpful. So this is basically going to say, hey, while Blackboard is null, don't do anything. Once Blackboard has been found, we can do the rest. And if we want to be super specific, we can also say or item attribute repository equals null. Now they'll be found on the same frame. It usually takes 1 frame. It should take 1 frame for them to register in a way that you can access them via the static method up here. And so on start, we're going to say start coroutine create characters. And that will be it. We'll skinny it up. I might have to, if we do more on start, I might have to unskinny that up. So there we go. So we're going to wait for the Blackboard and item repository. Then we create 4 characters. When we create 4 characters, we're going to post to the Blackboard. But first, we are going to need 1 reference to the 4 things in order to let them know that, they exist. So we're going to create a header for this. Is going to be a public thing so we're going to say plumbing required, and we're going to say what are those? Well, we need a class for it. We need a script. So for now, we're just going to say public object character icons. And that's going to be an array, I suppose. Yeah. So. All right. And so these are the character icons up there. There's 4 of them, and we need to give them the ability to know who they are. And so these are the portraits. We're going to create a script. We'll put our scripts down here. And we're going to call this creation portrait. And the creation portrait is going to know who it is. And so let's load that up. And this is going to be a few things. It's going to be namespace, not name of, namespace is going to be Infinity, modules, demo, and it's going to be system serializable. Okay, and we're going to need the blackboard for this as well, and maybe the other thing. So we're just going to bring those over. And on this one, we're going to know string. It's going to be a private string character GUID, not GUID, a game ID, and then public string game ID is going to be, character game ID is going to be that. Otherwise, get character game ID. And for this, it's going to be no, it's going to be set explicitly. We don't need to do that. So it's just going to be return that, and we're going to have a public void set character game ID, and that's going to be string value, and we're just going to say character game ID equals value. And I believe we can make this an auto property now. That's what writer is telling me here. So now yep, so we can get it. We can only set it through this method, and we can get it by that, and it's got an auto property. So there we go. So now we have a character game ID, and that's going to be what this is looking for. So the blackboard sends out two things. It sends out events, and it sends out notifications. Now, you could set those up yourself, or you can inherit from Blackboard follower. And Blackboard follower is a mono behavior that has that implements I follow Blackboard, and has all these methods on them, including things like on enable and on disable for subscribing and unsubscribing to the Blackboard. So essentially on enable, we do the same thing where we check and see if we have the Blackboard available. It's listed up here, the main Blackboard. And if it does, then we subscribe. Otherwise, we start the coroutine, subscribe to Blackboard. Because again, it won't be there the first frame. So that will throw an error. We don't want that. So we'll wait for the second frame to subscribe. When we subscribe, we start by unsubscribing. That makes sure that we never actually have two subscriptions at once. And then we subscribe. Unsubscribe is just unsubscribing. And then we've got these two receive change and receive event methods that we can override. So all the plumbing for the character creation portrait is already done as in terms of connecting to the Blackboard. So now we just need two methods or really we just need one, because I think what we're going to do is use the notification. So an event is something where it says, hey, just something happened. It doesn't store that value in the Blackboard, although note to self, I want to store those, but in a different way. Get Blackboard to save record of events with game time. All right, so it's just a one-off thing, whereas the notification says, hey, there's a note on the Blackboard, and I'm telling you that the note exists. So we're going to check that out. So we're going to say public override is a void, right? Yeah, void receive change. Receive change. I just spelled everything wrong, didn't I? And why is it there's no suitable method? What? Oh. Oh. What's going on? I don't know why I did wrong, but I did something wrong. I probably typed something wrong. Anyways, so we see the change. And what we're going to do here is say Blackboard notes come in with three things. They have a topic, a subject, and then values. And the topic for this is going to be the character ID. So whenever you have a game module that automatically updates the Blackboard, and we're going to follow that same structure here, even though we're going to call the Blackboard note ourselves, when the system does it automatically, it will use the game ID of the object as the topic, and then the subject will be something you can just create, or it's set automatically by the system, and then the value. And so in this case, we're going to say the topic is going to be this game ID. So what we really want to say is, if it's not the topic we care about, then do nothing. So if Blackboard note.topic does not equal our character game ID, then return. Basically, don't do anything if the note topic is not the character game ID. And then, do something with the note. There's going to be a lot to do with the note. Maybe it's going to update the portrait. Maybe it's going to update the name, but that's going to be based on the subject. So right now, we can just do that, and we can say debug.log, and we'll say received a note on Blackboard note.topic with subject Blackboard note.subject, and we'll leave it at that. All right, so we're gonna hook these up to the portrait up here. So character portrait or creation portrait, and we will apply that to all of them so that they all have it. And then in our creation manager here, our players is going to be empty until it's run. But what we need to do, now that we have the script name, is go back here, and not pub object, it's going to be creation portrait. So we'll rename this to be character portraits. All right, and save that. Oh my gosh, I keep coughing. How long of a stream have we been? How long have we been going on so far? 3 hours? Where's my timer? 3 hours, 7 minutes, and we're still going. I'm gonna keep going because I want to get this a dunzo. So yeah, so we're gonna get this dunzo yazzo. Yazzo dunzo. All right, so we got our character portraits. Let's just throw these in left to right because we are, of course, keeping that index, and that's going to come into play, I believe. All right, so we have the 4 portraits there. Now in our manager, we're going to create the random character, and then we're going to say to the portraits, so character portraits by the index, dot set character game ID to be the new player dot game ID, and the game ID, since we haven't actually seen that method, lives on the game modules actor. There's a private underscore game ID. It's a string, and the property game ID has the option for forcing a new one. Generally, you don't want to do that, but for whatever reason, and basically if it's null, if the value of the private one is null, or we're forcing new, then it's going to create a new GUID and return that. Otherwise, it's going to return what other thing we already have. So that's that. And that's why it's called there, and that's why you don't see it. So now this should tell the character portrait, hey, this is the character you're trying to pay attention to. So let the portrait know which character to care about. All right, that's great. Now what does that mean? How does it care about things? And it's going to care about things by getting Blackboard updates. So as things change, as a button is clicked, etc., we're going to send updates to the Blackboard. And we're also going to set the active player to be this index. And I guess they're going to need to know what index they are as well, because when we click a portrait, it's going to change the active player, and then send all the Blackboard updates again. So I think what we need to do is it needs to know which index it is as well. So along with the character game ID, we need to know private string, or we'll make it public. We're just going to hide it in the inspector. Public int index, and we'll say equals -1. That way it'll throw an error if we, for some reason, don't update this properly. And we're going to say character portraits index dot index equals index. Lots of the words index. So now it knows what number it is as well, so that when we update things, we can say who the main character is. And let's do that now. So we're going to say update or new switch to new character, and it's going to be an int of value. Just value, and value is going to be an int. We'll just create this and set that down here. So int, and what are we doing at this point? Let's find out. So it's going to be public because we want to expose that to other things. And we're going to switch to, at the start, we're going to switch the character 0 to the leftmost character. That'll be the active character. So we're going to say, so first the thing is if blackboard.getNote or note, what's the get note? No, note dot get. I swear there's a fancy way just to get the note. Get. Try get. There we go. Maybe you should change it to be try get note. Try get, what are we looking for? We are looking for the topic active player, or we can just say this is, I don't know, maybe main, or data, something like that, or game data, active player, and out var found. So if we don't have it, then we will say value equals -1. All right, so this is saying if there is no note about game data active player, then the value we're passing is now 1. It doesn't matter what we, we'll say current value equals -1, and we will say var current value equals, okay, this is what we'll do. Sorry. So current value is going to be equal to -1. We don't need the if at all. We don't really care if it has one. Actually, we do. Okay. If we find the note, then current value equals found dot value int. There we go. And we'll call this found note dot value int, or active player dot value int. There we go. And then we're going to say if current value equals value, then return. Oops. So if we click on a character icon that we already are, then we're not going to switch to a character. We don't need to do all the other stuff because it's just the character. Since we don't have the blackboard set at the beginning, the value is going to be -1, and no matter what we do, is going to be a different one. So we will actually do something. So let me write a note here. Don't do anything if we aren't actually selecting a new character. All right. So switch to new character. What do we do when we switch to new character? I don't completely know yet, but one of the things we're going to do is update the active active player. So we're going to say yeah, we're going to say, I was just thinking, sorry, that's what happens when I think I suddenly shut up. we're going to say Blackboard dot note post new note add note. There it is. Or actually update note. This will update it if it's not added. We have this not add if not found, so we're going to keep that to be true, so that since we don't have the note already, it's just going to get updated anyways. And you can see we've got a topic, subject, some generic new value, and the other value. So game data and active player, and the value is going to be an int value, and that's it. This should send out the notification to everyone who cares. Now, so far, nobody cares. And actually, we're going to do, let's see. Yeah, we're going to, let me think. So the note is going to have an, what I'm thinking is that the creation portrait is going to know, oh, is the new player me? Or does it care if the new player is the GUID? Because I think this could just pass in the GUID instead, but nah, I guess the int's probably easier. All right, so maybe we don't need to worry about anything else. Maybe say we'll pass the active player in, and yeah, I don't know if the portrait cares about that, but it might. So so we're going to say if blackboard note.topic equals topic equals game data, then we will say handle game data change in blackboard note, and then return. So basically we're going to say pass this on to game data change. One thing I think it might care about is, oh, if we're not active anymore, then let's fade the portrait picture down to be, you know, darker or something. So what we can do here is say if, well, we'll do that later. We don't need to do anything now. So we'll just handle that. And if it's a game data, then we'll do something. Otherwise, we'll check the topic. If it's not our character ID, then we don't care. If it was our character ID, then maybe we, or if it was our index here, then we might care. But we'll handle that later. All right, so now we have our character creation manager. We're updating the active player. One other thing I'm gonna toggle on here in the Blackboard itself. If it's not, write to console. Let's just press play and see what breaks, if anything. All right, so we have adding Blackboard note game data subject active player, updating Blackboard note game data game UID. That needs to be changed. We don't call it a game UID anymore. Write to console game ID. So this is actually going to be subject. All right. Game UID. Do we? Okay. UID. Game UID. All right. Pushing Blackboard event is this game ID. All right. UID and game ID. All right. Just gonna fix that. All right, so we got the thing going for it's notifying followers of Blackboard Note, so on and so forth. So that is successfully sending it out. That's good. So now let's see what these are going to do about it. We're going to do a few other things. We're going to send a bunch of notes, and these are going to handle the notes as they see fit. So we want to send out notes about the name, the class, and the race. And these are going to be separate. So we're going to handle the other things differently. Since these all have to be separate, they're going to handle their own character. For these ones, they're going to look at the active character only, and they're just only going to care who the active character is to determine whether they should be turned on or off, etc. And we'll handle what happens when you click based on the active character as well. And that's why it's important for us to keep track of who the active character is. All right, so this is just going to send the update that a new active player was switched to. And that's all it is. So we switch to new character whenever we click one of those. Let's just update our, let's just make that work. We can start by that, and that's going to be by clicking these portraits. And so let's see. What's the best thing to click on? Is it the mask that we click on? This panel is not a target, not a raycast target, but the buttons are, and they'll do something different. So we do want them to block, but otherwise, underneath that, the border itself, I believe, could be the thing we click on. It's the, yeah, I think we either want it to be the mask or the border. I think we can make the border to be not a raycast target, and then the mask can be the target, this big white thing. And we can say the raw image is not a raycast target either. All right, so we'll override, we'll update those. So, okay, so now we're gonna add a script onto the mask. Say portrait got clicked or something like that. So let's add this here, create C# script, creation, portrait got clicked, or button, just creation portrait button. And we will do two things. On our mask, we are going to add a button. And transition is interactable. Transition is none. We don't want it to change anything there. Navigation is none, which is going to click only. And then we're going to add a component called creation portrait button. And on this, on click, we're going to call that, but we got nothing here yet. So let's do our things, and we will do namespace dot infinity modules demo, and move this up and make it system dot serializable. All right, and then we need a method, a public method, public void got clicked, and we also need a reference to our parent here. So public creation portrait, we'll just call it parent. And so on parent, we can say, or rather, this will just send a Blackboard event itself. So using static Infinity PBR dot modules dot Blackboard, whoops, dot main Blackboard. This is going to be up by the time anything gets clicked, so we don't have to check for it. That's just nobody's going to be able to click it in the very, very first frame. And if they are, well, more power to them. So when we get clicked, we're going to well, actually, you know what? We don't actually need a reference to the Blackboard on this one. And we probably don't need a reference to our parent either. I might be able to remove that. So what I think we should do, the easiest way, or for me, the most logical way, is if the creation manager is something that we can also reference statically. And so in order to do that, we're just going to create a few things here. We're going to say public static creation manager, and we're going to call it creation manager. And then in awake, we're going to do something. I'm going to copy the code, or maybe I'll retype it. But in our stuff here, we have this awake code, and this is very, this is very fancy code. So pay attention if you've not seen something like this before. So we have a public stack creation manager in the method, or the class creation manager. And then what we're going to do is, or is it private? What is it? What did I do? Did I mess up? It is a, yeah, we also need a private thing for it. So private, what was it? Yeah, okay. Creation, not portrait, manager, creation manager. So if creation manager, oh, I'm using the wrong. Well, there's only going to be one. There's another method where it checks to see if it's real, but yeah. Okay, creation manager is this, and wait a minute, what's going on? I copied the wrong one. Heh. I shouldn't copy Blackboard Manager. I should copy the module or the repository. Yeah, this one's the better one. I don't need that private one at all. All right. That's why I was confused, because I was like, wait, I do need that? And I guess, no, I don't need that. That was only for the main thing there. All right. So if the creation, if we don't have the creation manager, then it's this. Otherwise, if it's not this, then destroy this, because there can only ever be one. And what we should say is that's that. So if it's not this, then it's this. There we go. So now we have a static reference to our creation manager. So in our button, we can say using static infinity.modules.demo.creation manager, and then we can say when we got clicked, creation manager dot new select what is it? Is it not public? Switch to new character, and it's going to be parent dot index. There we go. So all this button is doing now is saying, hey, creation manager, switch to the new character that is my parent's index. That's all it does when you click it. It just says to the creation manager, choose a new character. So in our button, then, we do need to know who our parent is. And our parent is going to be, is it the, yes, is going to be that. Portrait masked. And the method is got clicked. And then we override these. And let's see if it worked. Or let's see if we have a bug we need to fix. What's it saying? It doesn't exist. How so? That makes no sense. Oh. I guess it just didn't get saved or something. All right, so there's no bug there at all. No wonder it didn't make any sense. How come there's no parent? Oh, never mind. My bad. There's no parent because I'm on the other object. All right, so now let's click and see what happens. All right. Got a new active player, got a new active player, got a new active player. But we don't get one when we click on the same thing. If we click on the button here, we don't get one. So now we're getting new active players whenever we click on these. And the note, the Blackboard is note. And if you want to look at the Blackboard note, you can just see them all right here. We got our notes right here. Game data active player is the index 3. So as we click through, we should see that change. So there you go. And as you notice, there's also the update time. This is the game time. It's the in-game time that is used in the time board. It's automatically recording what time it was that we were clicking these things, if that matters to you. And if you also notice, there's a whole bunch more information here. So we can say active player. We could also be passing in the string of the GUID of the active player. So if for some reason one of our scripts doesn't need the index, what it really needs is that GUID, the game ID, then we could pass that in here as well. We could pass in a Boolean. Is the player dead or not? Is the player whatever? You could pass in a whole lot of other information, including lists of things. And you can even have those lists themselves post to Blackboard, but that's a kind of recursive, so we wouldn't do that. But you can pass in the game lists of things. You could pass in the individual game module objects. etc., etc. So there's a lot of data you can pass into a single note that your other scripts can then kind of just pull from and do as they want. So now we got this working, and there was no bug. So that makes me happy. Now I need to cough. All right. So again, thanks for hanging out, by the way. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And let me post in the my Discord that we are still going strong. Everyone, still going strong at 3.5 hours in, making code work. So far, no bugs. That may not last. And post this again. I'm just trying to drum up support. You know, I'm trying to get people to come and see it and say hello and all that nice stuff. So don't mind me, or do mind me. I don't mind me. All right. So what's next? Now we have the new characters being selected. What happens when a new character is selected? When a new character is selected, we kind of need to tell the system to update itself. We need everything to update. So we're going to be sending information about the character name and the class and the race. Let's see. Yeah, I guess when a new character is selected, and does one get selected at the very beginning? Did we make that work? No, active player, yeah. So I guess we can now dim these. That's the action I want to happen. Hello, TechDave99. Hello, and all that nice stuff too. So when a new character is selected, I want the portrait to dim, and so that only the one selected is happening. So let's fill in that logic here. We got the new character selected. We have on the portrait this method handle game data change. So what we really want to say is if Blackboard note, we know the note is game data. We can say if Blackboard note dot subject equals active player, and the Blackboard note dot value int is equal to our index, then we can say switch to, well, actually we need to do something if it's not equal to our index. So what we'll do is we will say fade portrait and pass in index equals actually we don't even need a method for this. All right, this is what we'll do. We need a reference to our image. So we will bring that up here, and we're going to do a header, and it's just a required. Just so I like doing that. I don't know. Call me a loser. Hey, Chris Baker. I know. You know, it's already in the Blackboard's already in the game modules if you want to start using it. I think this new update, it's just going to be much more phenomenal because the Blackboard follower is just automates the whole connection process. So, you know, I'm trying to, basically my job right now is just to get this out, keep everything else rolling, keep the other balls rolling, and all that, but really just to get this out. And so that's this process. It's going to be phenomenal, I think. So what we need is a reference to our image. So we're going to say public image portrait image, and we can get import type UI image. So a portrait image, and so what we're going to do is portrait image dot public color selected or active color, and public color inactive color, and we're going to set these to just default to color.gray, and equals color.white. All right, and header options. All right, I like doing that. All right, so the portrait image dot color is going to be equal to if our value int is equal to our index, then active color, otherwise inactive color. and then return. So I know we can invert that and all that crap, but there might be more things we want to care about, so we're just going to leave it here. If we know that the topic is game data because we're going to handle game data change. If the subject is active player, then we're going to change the portrait color to be active or inactive. That's all. Let's test it out. It should just work. We're going to have to, I believe, I don't know, is there an override? No overrides. All right, so it's just a slight fade. Let's see what happens. It didn't work. I don't see any change. Oh, you know why? You know why? We didn't do the portrait. It's even giving us a null reference. Well, that's of course, that's on me. Oh, it's a raw image. Okay, let's change that. Let's update that. It's a raw image. So instead of image, where are we? Character portrait, creation portrait, image. It's a raw image. All right, and that everything else should be the same. All right, so we bring the raw image in. Now we have something to override. I thought we would have something to override. And press play. See what happens. And ooh, baby, it didn't work. Oh, it only worked at the second time. All right, so it works afterwards. We need to make it work at the very beginning. Why isn't it working at the very beginning? Let's debug that. But that's fun, right? I like that. It's just simple. We can do more logic and do the fading and stuff when we want. Maybe I'll do that just because why not? I'm in the mood. But first, let's figure out why when we press play, it doesn't update. So we have adding Blackboard now, topic active player. Update Blackboard note, topic active player. Notifying followers, active player. So we should be getting notified, but my guess, receive change. Let's just debug this. Debug.log. Received change on Blackboard note.topic, Blackboard note.subject. So let's just see if we are even receiving the change. I think at this point in the game they should be, but they aren't. So they're clearly not yet subscribed. So what I'm going to do, that means they just need one more frame to subscribe. So essentially to subscribe, and I faced this problem before. So this is this is the issue with using statics. This is probably the one downside, is it takes one frame for this to be registered, and for a Blackboard follower, it doesn't do the subscribe until that's registered. So one frame for that, and then one frame to subscribe. So it's actually not subscribed for 2 frames. Whereas this is happening, this is happening at frame number 2. It's only waited 1 frame, and that's because Creation Manager also is waiting for the Blackboard Manager to be activated before it does its thing somewhere. Start coroutine, create characters. It waits 1 frame. So what we're going to do is, let's see, we need to wait 1 more frame. So, yield. How do we wait 1 more frame? I did this the other day. How did I do it? We're waiting for that, and while we're waiting for that, we wait, and then we need 1 more frame, so we do something. This is used in the stats repository. Stats repository. I think that's where I did it. Enumerator, recompute queue, yield return 0, wait 1 frame. Okay. And then continue from that point. So I think we will wait 1. I think this will say first wait for that, and then wait 1 more frame, and then create the characters. So we're essentially saying wait 2 frames. There we go, and it worked. Isn't that magical? That's so magical. And now they just kind of work. and they are doing that. And you know, the other thing is these should be fading too. So let's kind of do the exact same thing on those. We're gonna have to create more logic actually. Yeah, so there's two things. These buttons need to fade, and also if I click this button here, I need to say if I'm not active, activate this player. These buttons will only do a thing if they do that. So that's a note later because those will change the portraits. We haven't even hooked up the portraits yet. So let's excuse me, do one step at a time. I did say something about fading the colors, and I think that can be not done. We don't need to fade the colors. That's just, we don't need to do that. Okay. All right, so we're switching a new character. We got the active player. The portrait knows that a new active player is being clicked, or that's what's causing it. The creation manager, such repository, blame blackboard. It's just creation portrait. Let's get rid of all this stuff we don't need. All right, so the creation portrait knows that it is being an active player, and it checks and it does its thing accordingly. Perfect. Everything's happy. Everyone's happy. We can all go home. But we're not going home because we have more to do. So now that we can switch to a new character, we still need to get the character name and stuff working. So what we're going to do is the character names, like these, as I said earlier, are going to look for the active player. These, however, don't care about the active player. They care about this player. So let's see. We're going to do a few things. First, let's just get them printing out the right stuff. And I think the way we're going to do that is, yeah, they're each going to have a script with a connection to their parent. So, and some of them will get clicked, like the character name will get clicked so you can do a new thing. And these will get clicked so you can change portraits. And this is not going to be a button at all, but it still needs to know its own parent. So let's create those. We're going to create a, we're going to actually update the portrait button and this is going to be a thing. So we're going to create a new script. We're going to call this creation portrait child. And creation portrait child is going to get this stuff. So let's just copy all these things over, and we will then be a lot happier with our lives. And now the parent is going to be listed on the child, and then this is going to derive from that. So now we have a got clicked method, and I'm going to say that this is going to be something public virtual virtual void got clicked. Nothing's going to happen with it, but this is going to override that so that it has its own custom got clicked logic. So now these other the other UI elements can all inherit from creation portrait child. And so to make our lives easier, we're going to do just duplicate this and do it this way: creation portrait. This is going to be, let's go with the character name. Character name. Copy that, because when we go into this, we need to update that to make it not hate us. And then when this got clicked, if it's active, then we're going to let the player change the name. If it's not active, we're going to switch to the new character. So we need some additional logic here. If the let me paste that in so I don't lose it. If the we need to check the active player first, so we need an access to the blackboard. That's where the active player is held. We got access to that, great. So we're going to say if blackboard dot try get, and we know this is game data an active player, and we're going to say out var found note. So if we didn't find the note, then that means, I mean, we should find the note. So then we're going to switch to the new player, essentially. So if there's no note, then switch to the new player. Otherwise, if there is a note, we're going to say if found note dot value value int does not equal parent dot index. So the new player or the active player is not the current value parent index, then switch to the new one. Otherwise, we're going to say debug.log name clicked do logic for custom names. We're not going to code that right now. We're going to code that later, but we'll just put that debug log to show that it did get clicked and it was active. So there you go. So now we can go to our name, character name, add that script right here, portrait character name. Parent is going to be this, and we need a button on this as well. So button, and it is interactable. There's going to be no color tint and no navigation. And when we click it, we are going to select our character name, got clicked. And then we're going to do the overrides and we're going to test it out. All right, so it started out nicely. We're saying null reference. Why is a null reference? So if there's no found note, yeah, because we didn't return. We have to return out. There we go. Now there should have been a found note though, right? Active player. There you go. I had a typo. A typo. Look at me with my typos. One thing I did notice when the game started, it started out with these all unselected. Since I know that this one's going to be selected and these ones aren't, I'm going to, well, if I do the override, I don't know. Actually, no, I think the new prefab system will allow me to change it locally. So we're gonna just update our raw images so that these three are start out at gray. And I believe color gray is like 128, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to start those out at gray. And while we're at it, the other thing I mentioned was these buttons too. So we're going to open this up and open up our script that does creation portrait image, and then public image other images. And when we make our portrait image gray, we're going to do our other images gray too. So other images dot for each x dot x dot color. Hey. Ugh. Is link not there? Fine, we'll do a normal for each. Okay. For each var image in other images, image dot color equals color to use equals blackboard note and we will then say color to use and color to use. All right, we'll save that. And for our other images, we have left arrow and right arrow. And then we will override. And for all these other left and right arrows, we will set these to default to gray as well. There we go. That looks nicer. Good. That way, when we press play, they don't have that little blip where suddenly it changes. So there you go. So now we can change, and those are going on and off as expected. Character name, if I click this, name click, do custom name for logic. If I click over here, it gets selected. So now if you click the character name, it selects the character. If you click the character name when it's selected, we do the logic for custom names. Interesting. Huh. I didn't expect that. It's saying name, click, do logic. I didn't expect it to do both. Oh, interesting. This is actually probably a good bug. So it's a bug because I didn't return. So it's selecting it, but it's also doing the logic. So that means that when you click it, you're going to select it and get the dialogue for creating a new name, which is actually better than I had planned. Turn my heater on. It's too high. All right. And my original thing was that you're going to have to click twice. All right. Let's do the title down here. And to do the title down there, we're going to do a new script. We're just going to copy the character name. Character, race, class. Load that up. Instead of character name, it's character, race, class. We are not doing any got clicked here. Let's see, we're not doing a got clicked. This is going to simply look up in the Okay. So this one needs to update these names. And this one needs to, actually the name needs to be updated. We didn't do that part. So let's finish the name first. We have the character name but clickable, but we didn't actually update the name yet. So that's my bad, my oversight. So the character name is going to be listed in the creation manager. We have a reference to the creation manager. We know our parent ID. So what we can really say here is in probably this parent here. Let's get a reference to our creation manager in the parent as well. We can say, well, public, and the character class. What's the character class again? What was our character class again? It was the inventory actor. Yes, inventory actor. Inventory actor. This actor. And that's going to be the creation manager dot players parent dot index. This actor. So now we have a reference to our list down there. How are we going to show the data? Well, that depends on the thing. So let's see. I think we're just going to listen to the blackboard, and if something comes up that we're paying attention to, we'll just do whatever it is that we're going to do. That seems to be the most straightforward, so that means this needs to connect to the blackboard as well. And yeah, that's fine already. We'll deal with that later. And portrait, creation portrait. So we're going to receive change here as well. So actually what we're going to do is the portrait child is also going to be a blackboard follower. So now it's got access to all the Blackboard stuff as well. We're going to do an override for the receive change, very similar to the other one. And in this one, it's going to be an override, but we're going to do virtual, because maybe the children of this will override it. So we're not going to do this debug. We don't need to do that. What are we looking for here? Okay, I'm just going to delete this. We'll leave it as a virtual. Why is this? Okay, I guess the child can override an override. That's what it meant. Yes, it does, Tech Dave, actually. That's a good question. The reason why this is called main Blackboard instead of just Blackboard is because every scene is supposed to have the Blackboard that's just always there, and then anything else can have a Blackboard. So each character could technically have a Blackboard that keeps track of its own thoughts, the own things that it wants to write down that nobody has access to unless you probe it. It could write down. The best example of that I have right now, which is again part of the V4 update, so not in the current one, it's the time board. The time board brings in game time along with a Blackboard for game time to use. That's why it's called time board. And so it combines game time with a Blackboard. So if you reference the static time board, you can easily get all the data that game time is posting automatically to the Blackboard on the time board. And that what it posts is up to you. There's toggles in the inspector, so you can choose what to post or just allow it post everything or whatever. So yes, there can be many Blackboards. Every object can have its own Blackboard if you code your objects to have their own Blackboard. Pretty sweet. So actually, I think I'm thinking about this a little bit wrong here. So as an example, the name here really is just saying, hey, post the name. So if I have a method, let's just do this public virtual void update text, and it's going to take in, well, it's not going to take in anything. Then on my name, I can say public override void update text, and we're going to get the text we need to update. So we're going to say this is going to also need a reference to text if it's there. So public text text, public text. That makes sense. Whoop, nope, not the one I wanted. There we go. So if text equals null, return. Although text won't be equal to null, we want the reference if we forget. So text is going to be equal to parent dot, where was our connection? Oh yeah, this actor is going to be this actor dot actor name text dot text. Okay. I'm laughing because it's so simple, and like, duh, I planned it to be like this, but I forgot. This actor equals actor name. So that's what we're doing when we're updating the text. How do we update the text? Well, we're going to call update text when we're doing the custom naming logic, but we also need to do that at the very beginning. So we need to have an event that says, or something that says, hey, the things were updated. And so it's interesting. If we're going to do an event, we might as well post it to the Blackboard and just listen to the Blackboard for that, and then get it that way. So I think we should just kind of do that. So if I think about that, what we're really going to do is we're going to use this receive change, and what we need to know is public string topic to watch, and public string subject to watch, and what we're going to do is do receive change and say if Blackboard note dot topic does not equal subject to watch, or topic to watch, or Blackboard note dot subject does not equal subject to watch, then we will return. And what we'll do on our children here, we're going to do an override of that. So public override receive change Blackboard note. We're going to do the base, which will return if it's something we don't care about. So this will return if it's something we don't care about. Why, though? Why? Redundant override method. Did I have a redundant override change? Maybe it's because I don't have any additional stuff here. Debug.log. Yeah, okay. It's because I don't have anything right here. So first, we're going to do the base, and that will return if it's not what we're watching. If it is what we're watching, then we're going to say update text with the text, I guess. So update text with Blackboard note dot topic or subject value string. Dot value string. String value. String. Wait. Not Blackboard. Blackboard note dot value string. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Value string, and this is going to be string value, and it's just going to say text dot text equals value. So we're not actually going to call this actor. Maybe that's going to be redundant now. And you know what we're going to do? All of these will probably do their own version of that. For this one, is we're going to use the vanilla version, which is going to be this. And so we just say update text is the Blackboard string. Because this one is going to have text. All right. So let's just quickly go through the plumbing for this, make sure we got that right. So this is going to be on our character name. We should now have new things. So topic to watch is going to be, the topic to watch is actually going to be the automatically created. So we don't need that public. We're going to say instead, this doesn't exist. We don't need that. It's going to be, if it does not equal, to be parent dot character game ID, because any update about these characters will be using the character game ID as the topic. So now, but we do need to know the subject, which is going to be character name. Subject to watch is character name, and if that happens, then the text will be updated to be the character name. And so now we just need to make sure that we're actually sending that, and we're going to do that from the creation manager at the very beginning. When we create the character, we're going to send a note about the date, and then we're going to do send Blackboard notes. So this happens once at the beginning just to make sure it was selected, but then this is something we're going to be able to call multiple times, send Blackboard notes, maybe. Well, here's what we'll do. We'll say update note character name, and we'll just do one at a time essentially. So this is going to be, we'll just copy this. Blackboard update note, and this is going to be the where's our active player? What do we know? How we know our active player on here? So let's see. I'm going to suggest that I can save the active player's game ID here as well. And so we're going to do this update note slightly different. So we're going to do var new note is going to be new Blackboard Blackboard note. And the it's gonna be game data. Oops. Game data active player. And new object. We're going to pass in two things. We're going to pass in the value and also the, let's see. Excuse me. Players, just called players. Duh. You can tell I'm getting more and more tired as I go along, can't you? Players. So where am I? Where was I? Oh yeah. Players value. That's the int dot game ID. Do they all have to be the same? They do. Okay, so we're not going to pass in anything here. So we're going to create the note, and then we're going to say new note dot value int equals what was it? Value, and then new note dot value string is going to be players value dot game ID, and then this is going to tell me I can do it, initialize it with the object initializer. I always forget how to type when I'm doing it. And then we're going to say update note, new note. Right? What can I do? Let's see. I think we can do new note, null, and true. New note. Let's see. Where are we? Oh. No. Update note, new note, null, true. How come it is doing that? What is it doing? Update note. That is one update note. This is the other update note. Oh, I should make a new one of these. Let's see, where it just takes in a complete note. And then, let's see, we'll keep that. Oh, wait a minute. First of all, I think this can already be added. So let's just do that now. This means get the note first, then update it, rather than replacing it. Okay, so this is what we'll do. This is why I'm doing it, dog fooding it, you know? Okay, so let me undo a whole bunch of stuff here. Alright, so we're up doing this, adding the value. Add if not true is true, and then false. So we're not going to send a notification on the first one. Instead, we're going to make a second call to update note. Update the same note. This time, the value is going to be players value dot game ID, and we are going to send the notification. So we can just delete all that. We don't need that. And if we look at the update note method here, it tries to get it. If it does, it returns the update note with the new value, and update note puts the new value in based on the type of that new value and sends a notification if it's true. So that should add both of those values to the same note. Okay, then we update character name. Is that right? Wait, this is on switch to new character, active player. What am I doing? I'm clearly getting tired. I really should take a break, but I want to keep going. Yeah, it's probably a bad idea, but I want to keep going. So my brain is getting foggy. Should drink some water. Why did I even do that? Because the child is going to receive a change, and if the topic is not the ID of the parent, and if the subject is not the subject to watch, then we do nothing. Otherwise, we update that. And for the name, the subject to watch is character name. And so what we're doing is that in Creation Manager, update note character name is not going to be here. It's going to be here. So we're going to switch, create random character. We're going to switch to the new character. So we create 4 new... oh, interesting. Create 4 new characters. Then we switch to the new character. Then we update the name with the... Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. Okay, so one thing that was getting me is switch to new character should come here rather than inside each, because we were calling that 4 times, it turns out. We didn't need to do that. So we create the character. We do all that. We haven't even selected the name, actually, did we? I thought we did. Where didn't we put the name somewhere? Oh, yeah, on the player we did. That's automatically selected when we call it. So okay, that's right. So we're gonna then update the name, and we're gonna do that with. So the value is gonna be not null. Then the. Oh, where is it? The value is gonna be not null. We know it's gonna be. Topic is gonna be a name. So what we need is a not null. GUID. So string game ID, and this is going to be game ID, and the subject's going to be character name, and then the value will be value. So game ID, that, and then for this we're going to pass in the new player dot game ID. Okay, and the value is new player dot character name, actor name. Okay. There we go. So I'm going to make this actor name, keep consistency. And so we're going to be looking for actor name on this one. Oh, where'd it go? Character name, actor name. All right, let's just see. Does it work? Nope. But we have a null reference, so that's something. We are missing our text on that. And didn't I say earlier? Hey, I said earlier because we didn't do the override. That's it. I said earlier we wanted to give us no reference. If you know something it can never be null, well, we're getting there. They're all Sarah. If you know something should not be null, then don't do a null check so that you do get the bug, right? Because if you do a null check and don't get the bug, you might not even realize that that's why things aren't working. Only do a null check if it's okay that the thing can be null. Otherwise, you want the bug. Until later, then you don't want the bug. What's this here? It's a null out of range. What's out of range? Player's value. Game ID. What's value here? Current value. Current value. If current value. That's interesting. Why is it saying this? So if we follow the thread here, switch to new character 0. We've created random characters. And then it's saying on 75. Oh. Interesting. So what I'm thinking is happening here is we're creating the characters, but for some reason they're not being registered as available. So I guess that means player's value is not there yet. Let's check. Debug.log selected player is value, index value, and then we'll do a debug.log and which is player's value dot game ID, or was I actor name. All right, so we should get null reference on the second one, or out of range on the second one rather. Select player 0. Yeah, so what I'm guessing here is, if we look at our creation manager, it's there. But what's happening is it's not there that frame. It will be there next frame. And so I think the only real impact means that I can't call this right now. I can't add that value right now, but I can on the next frame. So what I could do is switch to new character. Where does this get called here? Create characters. Could do a yield return here again. I think that means it will not create 8 characters, but it will just continue from here. So let's see if that works. We just wait one more frame to essentially let that that list get available. All right, that didn't work. I should probably check to make sure we didn't get 8 characters, because I could be wrong about the logic. Nope. Players. List is... Oh! Wait a minute. Well, that's different. We should be getting the players there. All right, so that tells me there's a completely different issue going on here. What's the issue? Why isn't players getting selected? Are we just not new player? Oh, wow. All right, we never add it. Create new character. So players dot add new player. All right, well that's something, right? I neglected to actually add the new players that I was creating. Everything else was working, so why do that? Why, you know? There we are. All right, and now they're getting the wrong information up printed out up there, but there it's working as expected. All right, so that's good. Let's remove our debugs here because there really was the exactly thing that it was saying. All right, so our name is giving us the wrong thing. It's giving us a value string for the Blackboard note active player actor name, which means that when we set it in our creation manager, the value for actor name is here, and it's being set here. Actor name should not be that. Interesting. Let me just see. That's different. It's giving us the... Well, it's also giving us the same one for each one. Okay. A couple things. On our creation manager, we do want to call update character name when we create the players. Oh. Oh, so I did call it there. Game ID, actor name. Do we call it anywhere else? No, we only call it there. Yeah, so we're not calling it a switch. So actor name though. Debug dot log. String game ID. Topic subject value. Huh. Should pass new game dot or new player dot game ID and new player dot actor name. I just want to see. I saw the name earlier. It was all the same name, which was annoying, but they was names. Now it's the actor ID, and it's all the same one. Where's our should pass that in cat tier? 49.3. That's the one that's listed. Should pass a different one and overlap. So it should pass all of those, and it's not. And I wonder if it's because the overrides. Let me see. Character name. Character name. Nope. That's right. Actor name. Nope. Okay. Interesting. And look at this. Should. All right. So two of them are named Katir. Interesting. All right. So it looks like it's passing it correctly. Update note. Update note. Topic game ID. Subject actor name. Value. Value. Well, let's see. Our note note equals debug.log note had note.game topic note.subject value string note.value string. It returns back, by the way, the note that you update. So that's nice, right? What did I call it? I've forgotten what I wrote. Note had. Yes. All right. Note had that in value string William. So apparently the value string isn't getting printed out there, and for some reason they're all getting the same rather than the different ones. Yeah, that's definitely not the same. Okay, so the note seems fine. All right. Note seems fine. Revert to where the prettier, smallest thing. Note seems fine. For some reason, they are not reading it right. So let's go to our... I think it crashes more when I save scripts while it's in play mode. So I try... Oh, did I accidentally press play mode again? No, I didn't. Okay. So I save outside of that. So... if we go back to writer, we got our what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? We got the character portrait child. Receive change. If the topic does not equal, okay, update text. So the name, receive change, update text, the value string. So debug.log name got note blackboard note dot topic blackboard note dot subject, and string is blackboard note dot value string. And now we should see the same thing that we saw here, but let's find out. So it's name got note. Name got note. All four of them got the same thing. Interesting, though, that the string is being received as that. And here we go. Name got note. Game data active player string. Okay, so somehow that means that this is not running properly. Because this is supposed to say if it doesn't equal parent character game ID, then return. So I guess we have to just bring this over here. Because that wasn't cutting out the notes we didn't care about. I thought it would have. There we go. That's why. That was the issue. All right. Let's remove debugs. All right. So the character name is working now, and the clicks should still be working just fine. Yep. So we can click back and forth on all of these. And now we need to click or get the string on the lower name working, the class and thing. Okay, so let's go on the race class, and it's going to be very similar. We have the character portrait character name here, and here we're going to have the character portrait race class. And parent is going to be parent, the text is going to be text, and subject to watch is going to be actor race class. I guess we can add this script twice. And because the reason being, we also care if it's the actor class, and that's going to be two different things, and it's not always going to be called together. So I guess we can have the script both places. I don't see any problem with that myself. So it's going to be very similar. We're not going to have a got clicked. There's no button on this, but we do basically want this text. We're just going to format it a little bit differently. So we're going to get the note. We know it's something we care about, and so we're going to update the text, but we're going to have to get the full thing that we want. It's one string made up of two values. So I think just we could parse out this and say if subject watch is that. I guess it's a little bit more efficient. So what we'll do is, let's see, excuse me, var, what is it? It's race class, yeah. So var race string race or string race equals subject to watch equals actor race. If so, then it's going to be Blackboard note dot subject dot value string. Otherwise, it's going to be something else. So blank, and we'll do the same here. String class is actor class, and we're gonna have to try get the note. I'm thinking like this is surely there's an easier thing. I know your name's not Shirley. There's an easier way of doing this. Because I want it to be updated whenever the character race changes or the character class changes, but there's a chance that neither will be in existence yet. But I guess if we call them back to back on the same frame, then it's probably fine. So let's just try that and we'll see what happens, I guess. So var yes, so we're going to say Blackboard dot try get, and it's going to be the topic we're looking for is parent dot character game ID, and the subject we're looking for is actor race, and the value is going to be out var found race, and that, and then we're going to do class out var found class, and we'll say if, yeah, okay. Okay, this is what we'll do. If we find the race, then we will say string race equals actor race, or found race dot value string. And similarly, if we have the class, then we'll do string class equals value found class value string. And then finally, we're going to update the note to be string class or string race space string class. All right, that should do the trick. So we're caching this value, but then we're just going to replace it anyways if we find it. If we don't find it, then it'll just be blank. So I think the first time, this is going to be called twice. We have to make the call before I press play. It's going to be called twice. The first time it would actually be half blank, but it's going to be called the second time in the same frame. So no big deal. Optimization's not an issue at this point in the game, so it's not going to be something I care about, right? So if we go back to our creation manager, where we do our update character name in the create random character, after we've done all the other stuff, we can also say update note player race or actor race, and I'm going to do update note actor name just to keep consistency. Whenever I see that, I'm going to change it. We're also going to say update note actor class, new player.character race, and this is another place to change it, character class. And so if we go here, we're going to change this to actor race, and change this to underscore actor race, and actor race object, actor class object, actor class, and finally actor class, actor class. There we go. That should do the tricky trick. And then we need these two. I'm going to put these down here. Actor race, actor class, and it's going to be actor race and actor class, and that should work. Why aren't these working? These are going to be the game objects, so we need to get the object name from them. It's not a string. The object name is the string, though. And actually, you know what? Because they're IAM attributes, they actually have you can use the object name if you named it properly, but they also have a human name. So we're going to get the human name from those. Not everything has a human name. Oh, how'd Dwarf get up there? All right, something went wrong there. Okay. Actor race, actor class, actor race, actor class, actor name. Okay, it's probably an issue over here. I didn't do the override, so that's one thing. Actor class, actor race, actor name. Okay. Let's see. Interesting. These are working, but now these are giving us that. Why is all of a sudden that? And these are being printed out, by the way, because I have it toggled on the blackboard itself. I've got the write to console toggled on. The name is being set properly. Mage, half orc. That's this first one. For some reason, though, it's getting toggled as the half orc. Where is that happening? If I don't update the character name, what happens? This portion is taking longer than other words. RPG Builder? No, this is not the RPG Builder integration. This is the game modules. I think there's benefits to using RPG Builder. There's also benefits to not using RPG Builder. Your choice. Interesting. It still got updated. Okay. Well, then that's something. That makes it easier in a way. Let's go down the list. So the game modules is... it's agnostic to genre. I know I'm doing a fantasy and RPG style thing right here. But you know, I'm going to make other demo projects that are nothing to do with fantasy and role-playing games, because you can use it for any kind of game you want. It's definitely not limited to those things. You can use it for action games. You can use it for tower defense games and sci-fi games and all sorts of things. So this is where it's happening. Actor race. Did I not change? I did. So it's happening on actor race. I commented that out, and everything was fine. And let me just confirm that, because I was talking during it. So we should just have the class at the bottom and the name at the top now. Okay, we do. Perfect. So when we update note actor race, we are passing in the game ID and the value. Update note game ID actor race value. So that seems to be passing in just fine. So the receiver on that is the race class. And let's just check that the subject to watch is actor class, actor race. Oh, character name, that's why. Alright, so this needs to be that. There we go. That's it. Just standard. Let me do it on this one. Standard human error. Alright. Now we press play. There we go. So now we got our names going just fine. We'll do the changing names at some point in the future. And now let's do these other things real quick. I do want to get to the point where this is all changing before I take a break and go eat food or something. So now we're going to update these to be highlighted if they are the selected one, and not highlighted if they aren't. Let's load up our text here. That's it. See, I'm getting tired. This is in our race class selection panel, so we are going to be all of these down the line here, except for the titles, are going to be starting out as gray, because we want them to just be unselected until you select them. And so these are going to be a let's see, they're a text object that watches for the active player whatever. And whenever the active player thing changes, they're going to either turn on and off. So they're going to be a Blackboard listener, follower rather, looking for whatever it is, like for this race, for this class, for this gender, and then if the active player's thing is that, it'll turn itself off, otherwise it won't. So in order to do that, we're going to create a new script again, and creation race selector, and they're also going to have button logic as well. Yeah, so we'll do this, and we're gonna do some copy pasting of our stuff here, just to speed things up, if that's what it's actually doing. It did. All right. So now we have our race selector, and our race selector is a Blackboard follower, and our race selector is going to public override receive change from a note, and it's going to have a it's going to need to know the string of the active player. So in that case, we're going to public string active player, and we're just going to say get active player game ID, and we'll put that down here. Private string get active player game ID, and that's going to say If not try get, or blackboard dot try get topic is going to be game data active player out var found note, then we will return default otherwise return found note dot value string, and we can skinny this up. It's going to tell us we can, so yes, let's do that, and that means we can just do this, and that's always fun when we can do that, because now we don't actually have to have this method at all. We can just make it a straight property like this, and we'll just put that down there so it's easier to read. Alright, there we go. So now we have our active player GUID, and we can change this to game ID. Alright, so now we're going to receive a change from the Blackboard note, and we need a subject to care about. So public string subject to watch, and we'll see that. So if the Blackboard note dot topic does not equal active player game ID, then we'll return. But before we get that, before we do all that, let's just do this first. If Blackboard note dot subject does not equal subject to watch, then return. So if the subject to watch, then we don't even need to do this whole try get. So that'll just be a little bit more efficient. I think that's how that works. Maybe if I had them both, it would do that for me. I don't know. I'm not smart like that. I'm smart in other ways. So if both pass, then it means we're watching the one we want. And for this one, it's going to be well, what is this going to be? I mean, we want to watch for a new player selected, and that's going to be active player. So if game data active player, then we want to update our stuff. Where's our... Too many scripts now. Race selector. Okay, let's close these other ones. All right. So I guess what we could say, if if Blackboard note dot topic equals game data, and Blackboard note dot subject equals active player, that means a new active player was selected. And so we want to say update to... Yeah, and if an active player was selected... Is that what we're watching for? Yes, it is. Alright, so that's the subject we're watching for. If a new active player was selected, then we are going to check to see if their thing matches our name, and so we're gonna have a public text put in the right UI here, and that means that well, the new active player index is going to be on this. So let's cache that. Private int active player index, and we'll set it as -1 so that we get errors if we try to do something cray-cray. And then we'll say the active player index equals blackboard note dot value int. Yeah, because this is saying, hey, active player okay. Yeah, I'm going to do this a little bit different. Okay. If the topic does not equal game data and the subject is not equal to active player, then we return. If the I don't think we need this anymore. If we have if it is the active player game data, and we'll combine these two. All right, if it's an active player, it's a game data active player. I should put these in the right order so we don't confuse ourselves. All right, topic subject, always topic subject. If game data an active player, then we return. But what we're trying to say is, hey, we receive a change. It's a new player. So since it's a new player, we do the active player index. But what we can do instead is we say set reset for new player, and we'll pass blackboard note dot value int into that, and in reset for new player we will say index, and then we will say new player index equals index, and then let's get our creation manager going on, and we say if creation manager dot players index, I should spell things right, players index dot character, this is race, so actor race does not equal text dot text. Alright, so this is our bool. We're actually going to set our color by this. So we're going to need two colors. Public color active color equals color dot cyan, and public color inactive color equals color dot gray. And so we will say text dot color equals if it's equal to text dot text, then we will say color or active color, otherwise inactive color. Okay, if the human name matches, then we'll do the active color, otherwise no. So this is just resetting the color for the new player, and this happens every time we receive a change that's game data active player. And it should be the names match, so should just kind of work. And it didn't. Why didn't it work? Maybe we didn't do the plumbing right. Let me see. I didn't add the script. That would do it. Race selector. Text is on it. So what we're going to do is make this private. And we're going to say public override on awake or awake. Do we not have awake in Blackboard follower? Oh, we have on enable. Okay, that's fine. Text equals get component text. Yeah. That way we don't have to worry about populating that. We're going to make a parent class too, I think. Ah, there we go. Ah, perfect. So now it just works. Because it's just listening for the event and it's matching the names. So it's just magical, and it works perfectly fine. First time or second time? Second time? Second time. So we're going to make a parent class, and we're going to do a similar thing for these other two, because there's going to be different actions when the button gets clicked, but the logic about making the color change, that's the same for them all. So so what we'll do is, this is called race selector, so we're going to create a new C# called creation selector. And we'll just copy paste this stuff in there. And we will, most of this, all of this is actually going to be moved here. And this is a Blackboard follower. And then this is going to be inheriting from this. All of this can be removed. And then we will have a private abstract void got clicked. So this is going to be an abstract class. And that means, why isn't it working? Okay, protected abstract void got clicked. And that means that this has to have a got clicked method. Which is great because all three of them need a got clicked method. So this should just work now. And if we create another one for class selector and gender selector, we'll do this. We'll just do those now. So creation class selector, and create a new script. Creation. I'm going to name this slightly. Well, we'll do it now. Creation gender selector. I'm going to rename these. All right, we'll do this, and then we're going to rename this creation race gender selector. Oops. And then we're going to rename it to be creation selector gender. And then for the class selector, creation class selector, and then we will rename it creation selector class. And for the race one, rename it creation selector race. All right. So now they all have their got click method. They all should just call, and they all should just work. Will they all work? Drum roll, please. Nope. Why didn't they all work? Because I probably didn't add the scripts to the classes, which is, of course, the thing I do, and it's not there. All right, so these are all going to have selector class, and these are going to have selector gender, and now maybe it will work. Nope. Why didn't it work? No bugs, no errors. Oh, I know why. Do you know why? I know why. Because this needs to be overridden for the... Let's see. This. This needs to be virtual. Or actually... we'll do that, and then they'll all need their own. Because they're all being calling different things. So this is gonna have to be made protected. This is gonna have to be made protected. All right. So this one should be fine because it was the original, and the other two we just need to kind of get the right thing, which is going to be if this is gender, gender, actor, nope, gender right here, yeah, gender, human name, and the class one should be very similar, but it's going to be actor class, human name. All right. There we go. I'm saying it's, oh, speak too soon. I don't think it's saved. I think it just didn't save. Yeah, it just didn't save. All right, now I say it's going to work now. There it is. So, humanite. This one, interesting. Is male not set properly? Yeah, male isn't set properly. Why isn't male set properly? So either male here is not correct, like there's a trailing space. Ah, there is. There is a carriage return. There we go. Perfect. So now those are all working. Now what happens when we click these, though? Well, right now nothing. There's no button on them. But when there is a button, they're going to call it that changes this, and it's going to be updating things as well. So let's set those up. All of these need a button now. They don't need to be a button image. They just need to have the button component, I believe. And the transition is none. The R interactable navigation is none. And there's going to be an on click. Well, the titles actually aren't going to need a button. And on click, they're going to do a thing, and they're really going to call themselves. So this is just going to take some plumbing work here. Do we not have? It's not public. Got clicked needs to be public. Oops. There we go. Why isn't it? Oh. That's why. The other ones didn't have it. Public. Alright. Now we should see it show up. Got clicked. Perfect. I wish I could just drag that over and have it create one. Got clicked. Probably could have made these prefabs too, I suppose. Oh well. This is a nice character creation scene. It's actually better, I think, than my last one, because my last one didn't have the blackboard, and I think the blackboard is pretty swell, because if you've noticed, none of these classes are doing anything on update. In the last one, all of them were doing stuff on update. They were all just doing update, 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 waiting for an update, waiting for an update, mostly not doing anything. And then every once in a while they'd be like, oh, something changed, let me change my thing. That works too, and in a situation like character creation scene, no big deal. But it's good practice to say, hey, can we do this without updates? Can we do the same thing without so many calls to whatever it is that happens when you do updates, etc.? Just less resources, I suppose. And if you can, well, that seems pretty swell to me. So that's what I've been working on recently, trying to do that as much as possible and make all of the game modules work with as little runtime stuff or update loops as possible. And I think most of them got there already. Most of them do. The new quest one I need to look at again, and I think I can get it there too, but I haven't looked at it for a bit for that one. All right. So now we've got these all set up for the got clicked. Let's just do a quick debug to show that the class got clicked. Debug.lock clicked. Whatever. Just need to print out something saying that it got clicked. So this is class. Okay. So what happens when it gets clicked? I guess what happens when it gets clicked is the creation manager has to say, hey, do a new thing. So for this one, we're going to say creation manager dot new or select new class, and it's going to be I guess the text dot name, text dot text, because we have the same, right? Yeah. So that's what happens when this gets clicked. And so let's create this. So what happens when first we have to say, hey, do we have a item attribute like that name? So we're going to go to the item attribute repository dot item get by name. Do we not have a get by name? Let's find out. We should add one if we don't. Oh, we're already in there. Get by type. We need a get by name. Get by name. Where x object name equals object name. Object type. All right, and in my notes, also add get by name. All right, so now we should be able to get by name and get by name text object name. Var attribute equals that. It's not going to be a list. I messed up. It's going to be first or default. And it's not a list. And it's not a list here either. It's just an item attribute. Ooh, question in the chat. Let's get to that. Okay. Question is the Blackboard the main feature for version 4 of the game modules? Are there major updates? Yes, so everything's getting updated. The Blackboard is actually live now, so the Blackboard isn't technically the major feature. The new module for V4 is the quests. That's not yet released, and that's going to be released with this. But in the process of doing the quests, I found a lot of just quirks that make it better. So every single module has been updated. Game time now is time board, which is much more powerful and easier to use. All of the modules now basically require use of each other just because it's so much easier that way, and they just work seamlessly together. And they all have, they all are more automated now. They all make use of the Blackboard, where before they had the tick and late tick methods, so they would do things in the update loop. Now they do things using the Blackboard and events and notifications, so they are basically automated without the update loop. So they're just more efficient that way and cleaner to use. And the scripts themselves, I've done the stream a couple days ago where I was updating the scripts. I'm going through the scripts and making them more consistent and clean. So, the same methods will be on all the same scripts. They might not do the exact same thing because, item objects are handled differently than stats, etc. But the same method names are going to be used. So things like parent, that'll get you the scriptable object parent of the game item object thing as well. So the question, what is a blackboard? It's a wonderful name because it's very literal. Imagine a blackboard posted in school that you can write to. So you can walk up to the blackboard and say, what's your name there? I'm not going to pronounce your name properly. Hero. I'm going to call you Hero. So let's say you write Hero and 25. Or hero age 25. So the topic is hero, the subject is age, the value is 25. You can now go away and go to a trip to Hawaii or something. Somebody else can come up to the blackboard and say, hey, what's hero's age? And if the blackboard has written on it hero age, they can say, oh, 25. They don't need to know where you are. They don't even need to know that you exist. You might not even exist anymore. Maybe you've been destroyed. Sorry, your plane crashed. And now they still know your age. So the blackboard is basically a place that you can post information and get information back, and people don't need to connect with each other to get that information. Blackboard itself has a concept of notes that you can post, and events, just things that happen, and you can follow the blackboard, etc. And going back to Tech Dave, to your question about major updates, the other major update is I've got classes now that you can inherit from. So the Blackboard follower, you can inherit from this, and it's got the code you need to subscribe to the Blackboard properly, and then you can override the receive change and receive event methods there. So basically, if you are a Blackboard follower, you're a mono behavior, but you also have access to all this, and so all of a sudden you can just use the Blackboard without having to worry about subscribing. It just works for you. Similar with the player, there's now an actor script and an actor inventory script. The inventory one just has additional logic for the inventory if you choose to use that. Since it's such an opinionated module, I know most people probably won't be using it. So now you can create your player character from that, and all the methods on those are just done for you, which includes all the updates for the system, so you don't have to do all that coding, and it's just going to be a lot easier to set up. So those are the major updates. That's why it's V4. At first it was going to be V3.6. At this point, no, it's V4. So that's the gist of that there. And now I can't remember what we were doing. So thanks a lot for the sidetrack. Got clicked, I think, right? Oh yes, got clicked. So we were looking at the creation manager, and we have our select new class, object name, attribute. Oh yes, we got by name. So now we have our attribute. If attribute equals null, then we'll return. We'll check for that, and then actually we're not going to check for that. Again, like I said, if we need something to never be null, then don't do a null check. Instead, just let the error happen and then notice it and fix it. So in this case, we want this to be null if it's null. So we're getting by name, the attribute, and this is a new class. And so we're going to say get our active player. Do we have a reference to our active player yet? No. So we're going to get our active player. Public static, public player. Let me put this in a different spot. Okay, public player inventory actor, rather. Public inventory actor active player is going to be players, and we don't have an int to the active player, do we? We don't. We should probably just save that. Switch to new character. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to have a private int active player index equals -1, and we're going to update our code down here. So first, our players index, players of that index is our active player, and then down here at our switch to active player, we don't need that. We can just say active player index equals that. There we go. So we're saving it, caching it, starts out -1. So then we can say active player dot actor class equals attribute. This is saying it has no setter. Well, we should have a setter. Why don't we have a setter? Okay, we'll do this then. Public void set actor class, and that's going to be item attribute. Hold on one second. Game item attribute is that otherwise actor class object. Okay. Yes. Value. And then in this one, we're going to say actor class object equals value, and then actor class equals yes, equals new game item attribute from the actor class or actor class object. New owner is this. Okay, that should set it, and we're going to do the others while we're here. So set actor race and set actor gender, and actor class object is going to be actor race object, actor race object, and gender object, and gender. All right. And while we're at it, this keeps annoying me that I named this gender, not actor gender. Actor gender. So we'll fix all of these. Actor gender, and that's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So now we can say set actor class to actor attribute there. And then we're going to send a note. Excuse me. We're going to update the note for the class, and we did that earlier. So now create random character right here. We didn't do it down here. There we go. So in our active player.game ID and our active player.actor class.human name. So that should do that, and since we're here, we're going to set the other two. Now we don't need to send an event for the I guess we do need to send an event for the gender, because if we do the gender change, then the portrait will change if we're changing from male to female, female to male, or from non-binary to male or female, and the picture is not already in the male or female list. Name we won't touch, but the picture we will. And that's some good logic to demonstrate, which is why I want to do it. Select new race and select new gender, and so object name, active player, set actor race, set actor gender, and update and gender and race, and actor race and actor gender. And we need to make a new one of these. Oops. Update note actor gender, string value, Blackboard note after actor gender, and value. All right, so anyone who cares about gender will now be able to get that reference. And let's see, so that was class, and so I guess we could probably just go for it and see if this works here. gender, and oops, and this is going to be race. All right. And what's this? I think it just didn't save. There's another one of those times where it just didn't save. All right. Press play. Now, dwarf. Oh, what happened? What happened? Active player didn't work. We were calling it 110 active player. So let's just do a check here. Debug.log active. Oops. Need the $sign. Active player index is active player index. Okay, dwarf. Why is active player index number 1? I think it's because I need to just start it at 0 then. I guess because I update it. Yeah, that makes sense. I update it when a new character is selected, but we don't have a new character being selected, so it just has to be 0 to start because we know 0 is going to be the first one selected. So in this context, it makes sense just to start with that. Oh, but then none of these worked. Okay, well, let's see. We've got some things working. Those are all working. Ranger one isn't. But now they're not being updated. Weird. All right, so let's debug this. First, let's change this back and let's get these working again. Oh, I know why. Because it's not -1, it doesn't do that first pass where it updates it, and that is why. So active player index. So here, if it's the same of the value, then return. So at the very beginning, let's see. Create random switch to new character 0. This is where that happens. But, oh, interesting. That should be that. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where does this get set? Okay, so this is being set by the portrait click. It's saying you click this portrait, and it does. It's just giving the index. So I think we can actually simple this up. The Blackboard isn't the solution for everything, by the way. I'm using it because I want to see how I want to use it, and because it makes sense in a lot of these things. Portrait button. Parent index. So switch, when you get that, it gets clicked. The parent index gets clicked into the value. Active player index equals. Oh, interesting. So we can probably cut out this entirely. We don't need that. Because the active player index is going to be -1 start. If it doesn't equal the value, which is 0, which is what we call there, then it will do stuff. All right, so that, I think we just didn't need those 2 lines. That's all. That's my guess. Let's see. Nope. Active player Oh, we never set the value. Okay. Acme equals value. We need to set the value. All right. All right. This has been a very long stream. I need to go soon. I was hoping to get to this part, but next time. Maybe I'll stream tonight too. Who knows? All right. Nope. Well, I mean, kind of. It's changing there, but it's not changing here. So what we need to do is to say, hey, there's been an update, and we need to pay attention to that update so that we change this, because this part is being changed. The stuff is being changed, except for there's an issue with this, apparently. I'll have to figure out that. Oh, is there a lag? Wow, yeah. Sometimes I've noticed that I just have to reset Unity, or not Unity, my brain. You have to reset YouTube, just reload, and it'll get rid of the lag to some degree. Like, it slowly lags over time. But anyways, I am going to go. I need to go pee is the big thing. It's been 5.5 hours, and probably grab some food. I've got a bug that seems to be unrelated to what we've been doing, so I'll tackle that. And then basically I just need these that do the coloring need to be listening to the other events too. So if they see one of these get clicked, they need to reset their coloring. That's an easy call. And once we get all those working, then we will finally hook up the stats to the characters, because right now they don't even have stats. We haven't hooked that part up yet. And then once they have the stats hooked up, those will start being adjusted as we start changing their race and class. And then once we change their race and class, we can hook this up so that we can actually see the results and affect the points, and et cetera, et cetera. And then we'll also do the portraits and the selecting on the portraits and all that logic. And then finally at the very end, we'll do the skills. That's just a different thing. We'll do that later. So that's the next thing. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to come back. I might do another stream tonight if I feel like it, but my voice is getting pretty dry too. So anyways, thanks for hanging out, and I will see you on the flip side.